May I please request all our guests who are in the corridor to please do join us within the hall. We'll be joined by our speaker and begin the first session in a couple of minutes. So if I may request your complete attention. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may please take the opportunity to request all our guests to please do remain seated. We begin our first session in a couple of minutes. Our first session focuses on a very interesting topic, the digital innovation ecosystem, a major driver of economic prosperity. We have a very, very distinguished speaker joining us on stage as well. So if I may please request all our guests to please do remain seated as we prepare for our first session. As we do begin, if I may take the opportunity to please request all our guests, our delegates, our students who are outside in the corridor, please do join us within the hall and we shall begin. We're here at Umagine TN 2024, ladies and gentlemen. And today, we have a lot of interesting sessions coming our way to further our understanding within the world of entrepreneurship and economic growth, backed by technology and innovation. As we begin, if I may please request all our delegates to please do join us within the room and take a seat. Thank you. To request all our delegates within the hall to please switch your phones to silent. Thank you. For everybody who's just walking in through the doors, welcome. We're just about to get started on an exciting journey of understanding the world of digital innovation. If I may please do request everybody to please take a seat and switch your phones to silent. We have an exciting session planned. In fact, 3 back-to-back keynote addresses and a very, very interesting couple of sessions following that as well. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at Hall E, here at the Umagine TN 2024, and we're truly pleased to have you with us as we begin the day. We've had an exciting inaugural ceremony, setting the context and setting the theme, the tone for the rest of the sessions, and that does continue forward. As we begin, if I may please request our guests and delegates to please take a seat. For all our guests and speakers, our students who are just joining us, good morning, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us here. We're here at Umagine TN 2024, our esteemed annual Technology, Entrepreneurship and Skills Summit. This is going to be a one-of-a-kind platform. Of course, we're convening here for the second edition, and we're going to be taking the rest of the day, in fact, today and tomorrow, to explore interesting conversations, interesting topics and concepts within the world of innovations. As we prepare for the rest of the day, if I may please request all our guests to please take a seat. I see a few empty seats here in front. So if I may please request everybody who's standing at the back to please do join us here up front. We're about to begin session 1 here in Hall E of the Umagine TN 2024 platform. And I see that we have quite a bit of guests walking in. Welcome, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope that you did get a chance to witness the exciting inaugural ceremony, setting the context for the next 2 days. As we set into motion Umagine TN 2024, if I may request your complete attention to switch your phones to silent. We've also got a lot of exciting conversations, fireside chats, master classes, and keynote addresses coming our way. So please do stay tuned and please do take a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Umagine TN 2024. It's absolutely exciting to see a packed house here at our esteemed annual Technology, Entrepreneurship and Skills Summit. Of course, we convene here for our second edition. Let me also remind you that we gather not only to explore cutting-edge innovations, but also to chart a course towards realizing Tamil Nadu's trillion-dollar dream. With Umagine TN, we are committed to fostering a dynamic platform where startups thrive, where emerging technologies drive productivity, and we get to witness unprecedented innovation. Our first session today begins with a keynote address that will explore the dynamic interplay between technology, entrepreneurship, and economic growth, while also showcasing how harnessing the power of digital innovation can pave the way for a more prosperous future. Ladies and gentlemen, the address will be presented by Mr. S. Krishnan, IAS, an officer of the 1989 batch who is also a distinguished figure within the Indian bureaucracy. With extensive experience in pivotal roles across various departments, he currently serves as a secretary in the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology within the Government of India. Mr. Krishnan is also renowned for his leadership and expertise in public administration, and it's my pleasure to invite Sir onto the stage with a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I welcome Mr. S. Krishnan, IAS, for our keynote address that is going to be on the digital innovation ecosystem, a major driver of economic prosperity. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The topic that has been assigned to me today to speak to you about is the digital innovation system as a major driver of economic prosperity in India and in Tamil Nadu. See, let me first congratulate the organizers of Umagine. I was part of the government of Tamil Nadu at the time when this particular event was originally envisaged. It was envisaged to become an annual event where from across the world, the people involved in the technology sector would congregate and would discuss a range of emerging issues. It was intended to be a ground-up event where number of companies, number of entrepreneurs, number of leaders of industry would converge alongside the people of the state, alongside students, alongside businesses, alongside all the other budding entrepreneurs in the state in order to give a new vibrancy to the entire technology sector in the state. The intent was that just as there are similar events called Slush D and so on across the world, you create a technology event, and Chennai becomes known as a magnet to bring in a lot of technologists. To that extent, I should compliment the government of Tamil Nadu that they are organizing this event second year in succession, and I would urge them to try and make this into an event that would happen every year and that would attract a number of visitors, a number of people on their own. In fact, what was promised to me, and I was then the finance secretary, so what was promised to me when this event was first mooted is that in 5 years' time, it will become a self-sustaining event. The intent was that it would be an event where after the government sort of puts in a bit, there would be a large number of participants of their own who would then take it on and run it as a ground-up event. And I'm sure we can still realize that dream and we can still realize that aspiration as we go along. So let me first compliment everybody for that. There's a lot of work which needs to be done in order to enable that. We will have to look at how the whole thing is put together in the days to come. All of that, I'm sure, I'm confident my colleagues in the government of Tamil Nadu would be able to do, and they would be able to hand this over as an event to the technology community of the state as we go. Why is this important? Because I think one thing we need to understand about technology is that the growth of technology in India, the growth of technology across the world, has been on a multi-stakeholder approach. It has never grown because the government sponsored it. It has never grown only because the industry sponsored it. It has never grown only because academia wanted it. Now, technology has been one sector where the kind of public-private partnerships, the kind of industry-academia partnerships that we always dream about and talk about happen automatically. And that is something which is absolutely true about India. If you look at what happened with the software revolution of the 90s and the early 2000s, that's exactly how it happened. Government's intervention was minimal. The industry came up with various solutions. It came up and developed in its own way with minimal government intervention. All that we did perhaps was stayed away from taxing it too heavily, and it grew, right? Now we are at the next stage. We've reached a particular stage in the software world, software exports from India, software services that India provides. Clearly, we are recognized as a global power. About every year, about $245 billion worth of software products or software services are produced in India. It's a significant part of our economy. About 200 billion is exported, and this is a growing number. Independent of that, if you look at the digital sector as a whole, if you look at the digital economy as a whole, you're talking about 245 billion dollars worth of software and the software side of it. You have another $100 billion worth of electronic hardware which is manufactured in the country. So together, it is almost about $1/3 of $1 trillion, about $345 billion that we are talking about as the size of the digital economy today. In about 3 to 4 years' time, in India, we intend to grow it to $1 trillion. And if it has to grow to $1 trillion in about 3 to 4 years' time, then what are we looking at? Government of India has a vision of a $5 trillion economy by about 2030. When that $5 trillion economy happens, the technology sector is expected to be at least one-fifth of that, almost about $1 trillion. That's about the size of the economy that Tamil Nadu envisages for itself. And Tamil Nadu is a leading state in this sector, both when you take the electronics manufacture alongside the IT production. So when you look at that together, a state like Tamil Nadu would also be aspiring for a similar size of the IT sector. So you should be looking at a $200 billion IT, the digital sector in the state by then. Now, why is this important? It is important for a number of reasons. The first and most important reason is ultimately anything that government does or any intervention that government is attempting to do is something which needs to happen in everything that the government needs to do is something that needs to happen for increase of welfare. Welfare is the ultimate objective of any government program, and welfare is reflected how? In the economic sphere. Welfare is reflected primarily in terms of jobs. The increased number of jobs that we generate and the higher quality jobs that we generate are the two key elements that you look at. Higher paid jobs for a larger number of people is what we are looking at. And this is the sector which can actually deliver on that. The digital sector of the economy is what delivers on higher paid jobs for a larger number of people in the country. Today, if you look at the entire software sector, it employs about 4.5 million people in the country. The employment potential of the electronics manufacturing sector is also very, very large and substantial. So these are things that we need to build on for the economy to grow. Many economists, differ on whether we should focus on the manufacturing sector, whether we should focus on the services sector. But I think everybody recognizes that the technology sector and the digital sector is a portion that has to grow. And if this has to grow, what is the most crucial element that you require? The most crucial element is human resources. And the human resources part of it is something that we can ill afford to ignore. We need to continue to focus on ensuring that the quality of human resources, which is available for the digital sector, which is available for the software side of it, the IT, ITES sector, and is available for the hardware part of it in terms of the electronic sector, is of top quality. And what are the kind of jobs that we are looking to generate in this country? There are a number of software jobs that we generate. There are a large number of jobs which we used to do as BPO and IT and ITES operations. Those are changing today. Those are becoming increasingly design-oriented jobs. Those are becoming engineering design-oriented jobs. You have, in a place like Chennai, in other cities of India, you have more and more of companies wanting to establish their global capacity centers, global capability centers here. GCCs is the big name. Many of them are coming here, and the quality of the services which are being outsourced, which are coming into India, are of significantly higher relevance. They are designing all their products. For instance, let me just give you an example. We talk about semiconductors, just to take one example of what needs to happen. When you speak of semiconductor economy, it has a huge value chain, a large number of parts. It all starts with the design part of it. The design part of semiconductors, one of the largest ecosystems in terms of designing human resources and capability, is in India. We have about 20 to 25,000 design engineers in the semiconductor space who sit and design chips, who design how all those semiconductors actually work. There are many startups in this space too. Many startups which have come up in the space and who are many startups who have come up in the space and who are operating here. Many of those startups and many of the companies, many of the fabulous companies, so to speak, across the world, whether you take a Qualcomm or a Broadcom or many of the other design boutique companies, ultimately design for somebody else. And that is the problem we have, in a sense, in India. You have Qualcomm or a Broadcom which employs thousands of engineers across in different cities in India. But the intellectual property for all of that is held by an overseas company. It is not something which is held in India. That is something that we need to work on. Why are we not looking at products? Why are we not looking at the ultimate product which is going to be consumed? That is a question we need to ask ourselves in the process of digital transformation, because that is where the maximum value add takes place. Let me just give you one example. I'm holding here an iPhone that I use. The phone probably costs, let's say, $1,000. Of that $1,000, the total bill of materials and everything that goes into the phone when it gets put together costs probably $200, right? Only about 20%. All the components, all the material, everything, all the labor cost and everything. The remaining $800 goes to the people who hold the design, who put this whole thing together, right? All the people who work out of the Apple office in Cupertino, and that's where bulk of the profit goes. We don't do that design yet in this country, although we have the capacity. So what it requires is both the skill and the ability to take an entrepreneurial decision to move together for this to happen. So clearly, that's a huge area that the country needs to focus on, and the innovation system really needs to grow to that level in order for us to achieve the kind of breakthroughs that we have. We have. Clearly, in that sense, India is on the edge of a cusp. We are really at a point where that inflection can happen, and that can take place now, given the kind of emerging technologies we have, given the way our startup system is really bubbling up, the largest startup ecosystem in the world. That is the size of the ecosystem that we currently have in India. So that is the manner in which the economy is growing. So that being the case, when you have so many innovators wanting to work on the economy, that is an opportunity you have. The second thing is emerging technologies really are enabling you to increase productivity to a level where you can achieve the next, literally the industrial revolution. See, what we need to be aware of is that many people across the world believe that what artificial intelligence can do today, and you have a parallel session going on artificial intelligence. What artificial intelligence can do for you today is equivalent to what the industrial revolution of the 19th century did. Because what it can do in terms of enhancing productivity, what it can do in terms of ensuring that with the same quantity of labor you can achieve significantly higher tasks, has the capacity to actually generate the kind of productivity when the change from manual power or animal power to mechanical power and steam power took place. I mean, that is the magnitude of change that you can see. That is a power which can really be harnessed to see where the country can go. That is the opportunity of discontinuous growth, of the way in which India as a country can catch up with the rest of the world can really take place. We take great pride today saying they are the 5th largest economy, we are going to become the 3rd largest economy, all of which is true. It is true primarily because of our size, but it should also remain true because of the size of our per capita GDP. Because per capita income in India, on an average, is still much lower than the rest of the world. And per capita income is something that needs to grow very, very significantly in order for this to happen. And that is the opportunity that a disruptive technology that, like artificial intelligence, offers. There are risks, there are downsides. One are the social risks and the deep fakes and everything else that people talk about. That needs to be tackled in a different way. But the other risk is for what it might cost in terms of jobs. We said it is a productivity enhancing tool. So if it enhances productivity, does it then automatically mean that a lot of people will lose jobs? Yes, certainly certain kinds of jobs will go out of vogue, including in the white-collar jobs, so-called white-collar jobs. My own job may go out of, I may be out of a job for the kind of work that I do. It is possible. But I think what is more important is to ensure that many of you are youth and young. Many of you should ensure that the skills that you acquire in this period will make sure that you are in the jobs that will survive and the jobs that will grow. The opportunity for jobs that can actually grow is also very significant. The state government is also represented here. One of the issues that is often raised with us is that the kind of skills that can be offered, or the kind of labor conditions that you need, the flexible conditions that you need to be developed now in order for our economy to be ready for the next oncoming revolution. The other thing which needs to be done is, the big thing now is everyone is talking about data centers. And sometimes we wonder, what is the purpose of a data center? It consumes a lot of power, it generates hardly any jobs. What is the benefit that it brings to a local economy? Tamil Nadu, that way, was one of the more far-sighted economies where a data center policy was launched before many other states. Now, the whole idea of a data center, one part of it is purely that, the data gets localized, it's kept in India, that's an advancement. We need to be there at the cutting edge of whatever is the advancement that is going on. So that is an important element of what we need to do. There's equally another opportunity. See, data centers need a lot of power. They need to be located in places where you bring in all the infrastructure. The same is true for the compute capacity that you need for artificial intelligence. So the possibility of co-location of AI compute, which is critical for us achieving whatever goals that we seek to achieve through the use of AI, along with the capacity that data centers have, is a huge opportunity. And where you build data center capacity and where you have AI compute facility going alongside, the data is also available, which can be crunched in the compute facility which is made available, and that is one way in which you realize the advantages. So many of these are methods and opportunities which we can use to ensure that this happens. And this is an opportunity that many of us needs to view as something which is coming into the future and something that we can really grow with in the years to come. And this is really the cusp that I speak of. Today, as the digital economy continues to grow, you have to make sure that you are as much a part of it in every sense. And remember, you are part of a digital economy not just by being a person on the software side or person who's working towards what the software can do for you, etc. You are as much part of the digital economy by being part of the manufacturing value chain. Please understand that manufacturing jobs will also become high-end jobs. Increasingly, many factories, conventional factories, textile mills, paper mills, many of them work on the principles of IoT. They are remotely controlled. The number of workers you will see on the shop floor will shrink. But the number of people whom you need, who understand the software to control that equipment, is going to be significantly more. Those are higher value-added jobs. Likewise, electronics manufacture, which is extremely sophisticated, which is now dominated by a few countries in the world, needs to come out, and India needs to be a huge player in electronics manufacture as well, because that is a space and that is an area that really needs to grow in a country like ours, simply because electronics is fast becoming, if it is not already, the largest single manufacturing sector in the world. It is as big, it will soon be as big or larger than the oil economy, which then means you have to have a share in that manufacturing. And that manufacturing, as I mentioned to you already, is a long value chain. It starts from, say, putting together this iPhone in a factory in Sriperumbudur, which is important. Mind you, they're putting all the components together. They're importing the components and putting it together. The value addition which takes place in India is probably about 10 to 15%, about 15%. But it is important simply because of the number of jobs it produces. That one factory is probably the largest factory employing the largest number of workers anywhere in India. About 50,000 people work in one factory. So that is a huge opportunity. But then you need to move forward and see what are the components which are contained here. What are the sophisticated bits that you need to produce? About 35% of the value of the components are basically semiconductors, which is why there's such an emphasis on semiconductor manufacture. Every country in the world is now pushing towards onshoring or reshoring semiconductor manufacture. India was a late starter in this regard. Now we have probably the most ambitious program that you can ever have. The government's most ambitious industrial policy program is on semiconductor manufacture. And that is critical for everything else that goes, and it is also strategic. But that's only one part of the story. One part of the story is semiconductor manufacture. There are also a large number of other components which are contained as part of electronics manufacture. And that is why, that is high value added production, where states in particular like Tamil Nadu need to be part of it. This is fundamentally a manufacturing state, where there's a culture, a work culture where manufacturing can happen. We have to recognize that continuing to work with our hands is an important thing, that important contribution to the economy. And those jobs in the high value added manufacture like electronics manufacture and component manufacture is going to be the other significant element of what needs to happen. And that's going to be a significant part of what's going to happen over the next 10 years in India's economy if all the plans are realized and we are able to grow as a significant partner in the digital economy. So I just wanted to emphasize to you today that as we go through this process of digital transformation, some things are very, very critical. The skills are very important. Acquiring the skills becomes absolutely important in the crucial areas. Second is to get our policies and get our, more than even policies, the strategies and the actual approaches by which we are able to ensure that we take advantage of emerging technologies, and the way we create the infrastructure required for it, the way we create the models required for it. Like, for instance, even in artificial intelligence, I talked about compute. You add to that creating large language models which relate to India itself, how those become important. So that is the second element of what needs to happen. And third, which really needs to happen, is focusing on electronics manufacture, simply because that needs to be something which India is significantly part of. As all of these three things come together, then I think as an economy, we would be in a position to be digitally transformed, to have generated jobs and meaningful jobs for a significant portion of our population, and to be a significant player in the global economy. I think all these three are important. You cannot be left out of this race, particularly a country the size of India, particularly with the kind of ambitions that we have. And we are, in a sense, standing at a very, very crucial inflection point in our own economic history. And this is the opportunity to ride the possibilities of transformative technology which lie ahead of us to achieve the goals that our country needs for ourselves. Thank you very much for the patience here.
Thank you, sir. If I may take the opportunity to welcome back on stage Mr. S. Krishnan, IAS. We'd like to extend our gratitude to you, sir. May I please call upon Mr. Praveen Nair, CEO, TNEG8, to present sir with a memento of the occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, an invigorating start to the day, leveraging the power of collaboration, the importance of showcasing human resources as prime potential, and the ever-evolving magic of innovation. Please join me as I extend many thanks to our speaker, Mr. S. Krishnan, IAS. Thank you so much, sir, for setting the tone for the rest of the day. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Praveen Nair, as well. As we continue our enlightening journey, ladies and gentlemen, with our next address, we delve deep into the profound impact of technology on shaping the future landscape of our society. Of course, with this address, we get the opportunity to examine the transformative potential of technological advancements and envision a world where innovation paves the way for progress. Please join me as I invite our keynote speaker onto the stage, Mr. Balaji Nuthalapadi, the Managing Director and Head of Operations and Technology at Citi South Asia. Of course, with a strong background in banking and finance, he oversees operational and technological aspects, ensuring efficiency and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Nuthalapadi's leadership drives Citi's operations in South Asia, exemplifying excellence in financial services management. We do have a lot to look forward to in this session. I'd like to hand the floor over to our speaker. Welcome, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible at the back?
Slightly closer.
Is it better now?
Not yet.
No?
Can I check this for you if you can use this? Check.
Is it okay now? No? I still can't hear me. Okay, I'm going to speak from here. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Mr. Krishnan is a very tough fact to follow, but he did touch upon certain themes that I'll try and amplify over the next 15 minutes or so. The topic I was going to speak about today is a very broad one, the role of technology in shaping tomorrow's world. But I want to view it from the lens of what does it mean for us in India, in Tamil Nadu, and as human beings. That's the perspective I want to bring to this. Let me start with two flashbacks. The first is a personal one, and the second one is a celebrity-oriented one, which I'll show you in a minute. I started my career in a multinational bank almost 3 decades ago. And the very first day I walked into that bank for my induction session, I was shown this entire team of funds transfer operations, people who would actually make demand drafts and send out telegraphic transfers, literally hundreds of people. And I was told in a few months from now, something called electronic funds transfer is coming, and all these people won't be required. It'll all be STP. This was in the mid-1990s. What happened? Today, well, part of that prediction has come true. Everything is now STP, NEFT, RTGS, IMPS, UPI, ACH. That prediction came true. But what happened to the people? That's the more interesting part. Volumes became exponentially higher, new kind of dangers which we never thought about came in: anti-money laundering, sanction screening, cyber security. So the number of jobs actually involved in funds transfer today has increased from the mid-1990s. But it's not the same job. It's no longer punching in demand drafts and making checks and transfers. It's more value-added roles. And to the point Mr. Krishnan made, that's where technology changes the kind of jobs, the kind of skills, and up-tiers them. Today, just in my experience of banking, we have a lot more jobs than what we had 30 years ago. But what we have are very different kind of jobs, and that's the opportunity for young people like you. The second flashback I want to share with you, let's have a little bit of fun. There's a photo here I want to share which I saw in college for the first time. I was doing my management studies in 1994. Okay, can I go back to the previous screen? Okay, can all of you recognize who this is? This is a very young Bill Gates. What's he doing? He's obviously taken a wire harness and he's climbed on top of 55 feet of paper. That's a 55 feet tall paper stack. And this was an iconic photo in 1994. It made the rounds in every newspaper around the world. What is he trying to show in this photo? The CD-ROM he's holding in his hand, in his left hand, that was a new technology in those days. And the point he was making is that one CD-ROM is equal to 55 feet of two paper stacks, which he's climbed up on. This photo created immense shockwaves around the world saying technology has now become very advanced. This is cutting edge. This is frontline technology. It was on the cover of National Geographic. Just in my lifetime, or just less than 30 years, 1994 to 2024, if we had to recreate the same picture today with a much older Bill Gates, forget the paper, take the CD-ROM in his hand and stack them one by one. The amount of data the world produces in 24 hours is so much that the stack of CD-ROMs, not paper, the stack of CD-ROMs will go 170 kilometers into the sky. That's the amount of data we produce. The point I'm making here is technology is exciting, but it's also unpredictable. Nobody could have foreseen what the last 30 years gave us. Let me put these two things together, my own experience on what happened in banking and what's happened on data. What this amounts to is a new world. And this is a word cloud which shows you some of the emerging technologies which we can't predict again. How many of them will succeed? How many of them will change the world? We don't know. But what history does teach us is this. Some of you know this, you must have studied this, the four revolutions. And I'll try and correlate that back to the two examples I gave you. Now, all of you probably have studied this. The first revolution was the Industrial Revolution. The second was mass production. The third was automated production. Which countries benefited? The UK in the first one, UK and the US in the second one, the Asian tigers in the third one, and the fourth revolution that's happening today. This is our moment. These defining moments lead to long-term national prosperity. Why did the UK become what it was? It was because of the way they benefited from the first revolution. Why did the US become the superpower it is today? It's because of the railroad and mass production. Similarly, India's moment for long-term transformation, and Mr. Krishnan pointed this out, really lies in the fourth revolution that's underway today. What have we done well in this revolution so far? I think India and Tamil Nadu have done some extraordinary things so far. We have built a deep talent base. This is the only country in the world where we have talent at scale. Yes, we have pockets of talent in other countries. Can you build literally thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs in most countries? The answer is no. Here we can do it in every single city in India. We have built a talent base that plays to our deep cultural strength, which has been built over decades of engineering and STEM. Second, we have achieved global scale. Fourth, we have demonstrated high resiliency. For a country that's still in some ways a developing country, we have built excellent digital infrastructure, demonstrated resilience through all kinds of situations, including COVID. People trust India's resiliency. And fifth, we started as an IT services economy in IT. We have diversified way beyond that, to products, to innovation, to GCCs. Yes, a lot more to do, but we have diversified. This is what we have done well. But now that we've done all this, and to the point I made about change, what do the next 10 years need from us? If we have to win for the next 10 years, and we are at an inflection point because of the rapid technological change around us we saw in the word cloud, right? We have to make 5 changes, in my opinion. First, the last 2 decades for us have been about moving from foundational to intermediate capabilities. India is still not out of the intermediate stage on capabilities on a mass level. We have to move to more specialized capabilities, and that brings me to the second point. We believe in ready to hire. We believe in picking up people who can start working on projects from day one or in a few months of training. This will change. The skills are rapidly changing, which means we can't pick up ready to hire people all the time. Companies and academia have to invest in multi-year skilling programs, deep skilling and reskilling. Third, so far we have different sectors working almost independently, services, products, GCCs. The 3 together have to co-create. We are sitting in the middle of one of the world's most vibrant fintech ecosystems today. Are we connecting the dots among ourselves to co-create and co-produce the best outcomes? We have just started doing it. We haven't optimized that potential yet. Fourth, we have to move beyond the concept of defense and cybersecurity to making digital trust a differentiator. Both individuals and as a country, the concept of digital trust is going to be supremely important as we enter the next few years. Digital trust leads to customer adoption, it leads to customer stickiness, and it leads to long-term ability to win in global markets. And last, from big data, we have to move to a combination of data and artificial intelligence, which drives both internal transformation and client experience. Building those skill sets will let us transform companies the way we operate today. These are the 5 games we have to win. If we have to move beyond what we saw in the previous slide of what we have done well, to actually be ready for a rapidly changing world. What does this mean in human terms? What will that success, if we do all of that, what will the success look like in human terms? Agile and adaptable talent. Many of you are in college. Many of you are young students or entering your workforce for the first time. The skills you are learning today will be obsolete in less than 5 years. I can guarantee that. The capabilities you learn today will hold you good for the rest of your career. And being agile and adaptable is going to be key to succeed in a world where the average length of functional skills is less than 2 years today. We have to become much more multiple pan-India hub-based rather than in 4 or 5 key metros. We need to be a national talent base, truly. Gender diverse at all levels. We have excellent gender diversity at the entry levels. It tapers off at the middle and senior levels. I'm very happy to see a lot of young women here today in the audience. But the need to sustain it as they go into senior levels is the key where India has not done well so far. And this has to change. And lastly, it's no longer about size. The next 3 to 5 years, we'll probably see more growth. But the way we measure success will no longer be how large is the company, how many employees do you have. That's not the metric of success anymore. In fact, we might even see workforces decline in size in some cases. The impact you drive globally, the capabilities you have built, and the outcomes you deliver will define success. To sum up, we have today an amazing opportunity as a country. We have the ability to create what I call knowledge economy X.2. Forget the Industrial Revolution 4.2. We might have 5.2 or 6.2, but the ability we have is to leverage our deep strengths and work on the winning battles of the next few years to create what I call knowledge economy X.2, a resilient, agile, and globalized knowledge economy. That's the opportunity ahead of all of us, and especially ahead of young people like you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for mapping out the next 10 years, of course, showcasing the collective opportunity and the responsibility that accompanies it. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we step into the third address of this session, which is a masterclass with a spotlight on a very important topic, global cyber threats, the role of regulators. In this particular masterclass, we get to confront the increasingly complex landscape of cybersecurity threats, all of which are facing our interconnected world. And of course, alongside that, we also get to explore the critical role of regulators in safeguarding our digital infrastructure. I'd like to say a few words and introduce to you our speaker, Mr. Sudhakar Ramakrishna, who is the President, CEO, and Board of Director at SolarWinds. With a background in technology leadership, he drives the company's strategic vision, focusing on cybersecurity and IT management solutions. Mr. Ramakrishna's expertise propels SolarWinds towards innovation and resilience in the ever-evolving landscape of digital security and infrastructure management. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a loud round of applause as I invite Mr. Sudhakar Ramakrishna to join us on stage. Welcome, sir. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everyone. I know I'm between you and lunch, so we'll try to make it as interactive as we possibly can. First things first, how many students are in this room? I love it. So I just want you to pay attention because I'm going to speak to some numbers, and as I finish, I'll ask you guys questions on those numbers, and I expect you to remember them. Do we have a deal? Say yes. Yes? Okay. I was really looking forward to this session from the time I was invited to join us here on the topic of cybersecurity and the role of regulators. I'll do my best to touch on both, but what I would like to say today to you is, as we go through the question and answer session of today's presentation, feel free to ask me about whatever is on your mind. Many of you are earlier in your careers, and I want to make sure that you get full value out of events like this that will help you shape your own careers, your own futures, and help you achieve even bigger goals than any one of us has been able to achieve. So first of all, thank you for all being here. I'll start with one number. In 2007, there was a study conducted on how frequent security attacks happened in the world. And the number was 39 seconds. So every 39 seconds, there was a security attack. That was in 2007. And we are today in 2024. What happened was researchers who were counting how many seconds elapsed between attacks stopped doing it because it has become so frequent. So in the time that we are spending here, there will be thousands of security attacks that are happening. For every breach that happens, every data breach that happens, at least $5 million are being spent to address the breach, for every breach. How many of you have heard of ransomware attacks? Ransomware attacks. Quick show of hands. Every ransomware attack is at least a $5 million expenditure for the company that has been hit with ransomware. And what is interesting about that is whether you fight the ransom or pay the ransom, the price and the cost is the same. From the time that somebody identifies an attack or a breach to the time it is to close the breach, meaning solve the problem, it is 277 days. So if you think about it, a lot of time is wasted and spent on addressing security issues. The world has become a very unsafe place. I'm sure many of you have heard about cyber crime, phishing attacks. These are afflicting common people. There's a lot of senior citizens in India and other parts of the world that have lost their entire savings due to cyber attacks. Now let's put this in context. It is happening to the largest of companies. You take a company like Microsoft, it gets routinely attacked and breached. So when companies are getting attacked, it is not because they don't have resources, they don't have talent, they're negligent, but it's because the types of attacks are becoming more and more sophisticated. So there was a time when people spoke about security breaches, it was simply about viruses. Why did somebody inject a virus? To get attention. Even 10, 15 years ago, when security incidents and viruses happened, it was because some researcher wanted to get attention. So they spread it. From there, it became more about research, like how do we identify security attacks? How do we target security, and so on. From there, it became about money. This is where ransomware comes into play. What does ransomware mean? I somehow have taken control of your assets through an attack, and I want money for that. That is the third one. What is happening today is being done for leverage. When I say leverage, what it is nations are sponsoring attackers to attack critical infrastructure and gain leverage. So through security attacks, control somebody's election system. Through security attacks, control somebody's water facilities, electricity. So it's become a form of war. So from what was originally part of only a small number of people, it's now spread to the entire world. So we need to take this thing very, very seriously. And I'm very happy to see so many students in the room, because as you think about your professions, it doesn't matter what you do. You can be in the finance industry, you can be in the HR industry, you can be in technology, you can be in any industry. You must understand how security impacts your business. So the fundamentals of security are very, very important for you. And hopefully you'll remember the numbers that I spoke about, because they are becoming worse and worse every single day. So the question now becomes, as all these large corporations are being attacked, and as I said, if there is a security attack every 39 seconds, and this doesn't matter how competent you are and how many resources you have, you're going to be attacked. What do? Question is, do you give up? Can we give up? Is the question. There is absolutely no way you can give it up. But what we must recognize is security and security wars are asymmetric wars. So let me explain what asymmetry is, which I'm sure all of you know in some way or another. The interesting thing about attacking and attackers is that attackers have to be right only once, whereas a company that is under attack has to be right every single time. So there's significant asymmetry here, right? You can do whatever you want to protect yourself, and you have to be right 100% of the time. Whereas if I'm trying to hack into your system or breach into your data, I have to be right just once. So I can just keep experimenting and trying to attack into you. So that is a very daunting task for any corporation. And that is where the role of the regulator comes into play. So how do you use the government? How do you use the regulators? How do you use others to protect yourselves better? I'm going to take a pause here, and I believe there's a roving mic here. I want to ask who knows or who remembers the time it takes in days from the time a detect or an attack happens to when it's resolved. Who wants to answer that? 39 seconds is the frequency of attack. How long does it take to resolve an attack? 277 days. Awesome. Let's give them a big round of applause here. If you think about it, 277 days can consume the resources of a company addressing a ransomware. That kills their profitability, that kills their productivity, that in many cases kills complete businesses. Many businesses get wiped out in that time period. So that's the reason why we need to be very vigilant about security attacks and security in general. So let's talk a little bit about what do companies need to do and what do regulators need to do and how do they come together. Okay? Let's talk about companies. As I said, companies can't give up. It's a very tough problem to solve, but you just can't give up. The first things that companies need to do, and SolarWinds has been a pioneer in this, is to build frameworks. We built a framework we called Secure by Design. When we say secure by design, what we mean is everything that we do, whether it's internal policy, software, administrative capabilities, everything is designed with security in mind, secure by design. We can talk about secure by design for a long time, but I'm just going to only introduce that concept. So companies need frameworks. But let's think about security attacks and attacks in general. The first thing they must do is be transparent. Meaning when something happens to you, a lot of companies, like individuals, when something bad happens to us, we don't want to talk about it because we are worried about it. What will somebody say? What will somebody think? Will someone say that I am being incompetent because I've been attacked? Well, that is the exact wrong thing to do. You need to be transparent. Second thing is, you need to be urgent. When I say urgent, what that means is you have to act on it. You can't be waiting for the problem to go away. Sometimes when something really bad happens to us, we want to close our eyes and have it disappear. Just cannot do that. We have to do something about it. We have to take action. The third thing is we have to collaborate. We have to collaborate with the regulators. We have to collaborate with others in the industry. Fourth thing is we have to communicate. We need to tell the world, this is what happened to us. This is what we are doing about it. This is how you build trust. When you come out and are transparent and tell the world what you're doing, you build trust. So that is the fourth thing you have to do. And then the fifth thing you have to do is be humble. When I say be humble, what it means is you always have to learn. You have to always learn from others. You have to learn from yourself. You have to learn from the regulators and accept that there is no company in the world and no individual in the world who cannot be attacked and who cannot be penetrated. So these are like 5 principles that companies must have on a regular basis for them to become more security conscious and more secure by design. I'll say that applies to all of us as individuals as well, because our security credentials are under threat every single time. So when you choose a password, be careful. When you click on a link, be careful. Why do I say that? How many of you know what phishing is? Phishing attacks. Just raise. Many of you know. Very good. Phishing attack is simply about somebody sends you a link. They're waiting for you to click on that link. So be very careful about that. Why do I say that? A large majority of security incidents start with phishing. So once they phish, once they get some credential of yours, they'll start moving to other aspects of your personal life, your bank accounts, and so on and so forth. Same thing happens in industries and companies as well. So that's on the personal side, and that's on the company side. Now, what do regulators need to do? Regulators, first and foremost, need to stop shaming the victims. Okay? Let me take a pause. Regulators have to stop shaming the victims. Because what happens is, I'm saying companies have to be transparent. But when you say and shame somebody, are they going to be transparent next time something happens to them? What do you think? No, right? Yeah, they're not going to be transparent. So they're doing the exact opposite of what they should be doing. Because the less transparent we all become, the less collaborative we'll become, less sharing of security information, and the greater is the threat landscape. So that is the first thing that regulators have to do. Second thing they have to do is build the notion of community vigil. When I say community vigil, what that means is, let us say we are in a community, and it is prone to thieves coming and ransacking your places, what do most of us do? We will form our own community and we'll protect one another, right? So when regulators can promote the notion of community vigils, what happens is people will learn, cross-share, and become better as a result of that, and therefore become more secure. Remember, security is an asymmetric war. So you have to adopt unconventional tactics to fight against this asymmetric war. So that's what regulators have to do. Second. Third is they have to provide tools. So what's good about the ransomware example that I told you about is when companies that have been attacked by ransomware work with regulators, the amount of time and the money spent on the ransomware attack goes down by about 15%. So by collaborating, they're saving more money. That allows them to get over the issues faster. That allows them to become better and more productive. And then the last thing that regulators have to do in the spirit of collaboration is form agencies. I'll be talking to the Tamil Nadu government about forming agencies that collect threat information and then disseminate that to others to make sure that they are vigilant that these things can happen to you. So that's in a nutshell about cybersecurity and the role of regulators and how they can work together. Now let me turn it back to you first and see if you have any questions before I ask you some more questions. Questions? Yes. We'll get you a mic.
Hello, sir. I'm Shiva. I'm working in Germany as a cybersecurity auditor for the last 7 years.
Yes.
So my question to you is, you have touched a very good point on ransomware, but are more into generative AI attacks. As you might have also heard before a few weeks, the first generative AI attack happened in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Deepfake and stuff.
Yes.
And right now we have regulations, EU AI Act, and with Biden's Safe Secure, which is going to implement in 2025. How is your stance about that? Because we talk more about ransomware, but things are getting more advanced.
Absolutely.
And what are the guardrails? What are the safeguards? And how the governance, you think it's going to make an impact here?
Great question. I'm sorry, I missed your name again.
Shiva.
Shiva. Wonderful question, Shiva. As I was giving you the progression of security landscape and the security threats, right? I mean, I was explaining how enthusiasts started with viruses, and now it has resulted in nation states attacking one another. And that's where the role of AI is becoming much more prominent. So the interesting thing is, yes, on one hand, I'm saying that security and attacking is asymmetric warfare. But what AI enables us to do, assuming you use the right language models and provide the right regulations and the capabilities around this, is to reduce the level of asymmetry. That is the whole idea behind what AI can do for you. Because, as I mentioned, the attacker has to be right once, and the company has to be right every single time. That's simply not practical in the technology landscape that we have today. Conventional tools, people orientation, number of people, and so on and so forth. There are some statistics that say, for instance, the Russia SVR, as an example, has 10,000 hackers dedicated to itself, right? Or, I mean, you can trust whatever number you hear. But the point is that people are dedicated to just doing nothing but attacking. What AI and LLMs do on the other side for us is neutralize the impact of humans by creating the LLMs and the synthesis around it and building more defense mechanisms. So am I a proponent and a believer of it? Yes, absolutely. But I think it's a very early stage mindset. The same can be put on the other side of the equation too, because the attackers can use the same AI technologies. So this is where the notion of smart LLMs and nurturing more data and the community vigil piece that I was talking about become even more relevant. Because the richer the data that you feed, the machines and the LLMs can become that much more intelligent and protect you better. So it's early days still. Other questions? Average cost of a data breach. Who wants to answer that? You're not allowed to answer that question. Students. 5 million, wonderful. So give him a big round of applause for remembering that. There's another important element. How many of you have worked with any cloud-related technology? A lot of you, right? 82% of all breaches happen to data that's in the cloud. So cloud security and ensuring that whatever you have in the cloud is secure and managed becomes a very, very important thing as well. But let me quickly summarize, given time, is that can the asymmetric war be won or at least neutralized or managed? The answer is yes. But it requires close collaboration between industry and regulators across the dimensions that I spoke about. Industry has to focus on transparency, urgency, collaboration, communication, and humility. Regulators need to stop shaming victims. They have to support them, not shame them. 2 is they have to build the notion of community vigil. 3 is they have to create agencies. And the most important thing I would say for all of us, no matter what walk of life we are in, is education. Cyber education, cyber hygiene are going to be the way we fight this war. So with that, thanks to everyone. My best wishes to all the students here, and great careers ahead of you and great futures. All the best.
Thank you very much, sir. I think with that address, we can all agree that we are one step closer to kind of navigating the challenges that we have ahead and, of course, forging a path towards a safer and more secure digital future. Ladies and gentlemen, following that very interesting conversation, we now break for lunch. Of course, before we do, in fact, take an official break, let me remind you that our next session within this hall begins at 2 p.m. and we have a very interesting fireside chat featuring 2 distinguished speakers. It is going to be a conversation that takes a look into the satellite industry, and I'm sure that you'll want to be back here in time. 2 p.m. is when we will start. We look forward to seeing you. Once again, thank you so much for joining us here in the first half of Umagine TN 2024. Please do join us back at 2 p.m. for our next session. Thank you very much.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technology
Check. Does he?
People work, live, and play. The need for information, discussion, and experimentation have never been greater than they are today. And there is no question that technology needs to provide the greatest answers, and the students are the future. As HP, we're excited to be in India, and at this time, especially, and working on solutions for the country as it continues on its incredible growth trajectory. With one of the world's largest workforces, one of the largest startup ecosystems, and the youngest population, AI and deep tech will unlock enormous potential. We at HP are thinking deeply about solving for this and using the best technology solutions for creators, SMEs, analysts, freelancers, and anyone else that you can think of that will be generating work. We're working on sustainability and localized innovation to meet the most prevalent needs of the hour. Therefore, Umagine excites us. It's a privilege for us to participate
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister Digital Services, Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, welcome vision to Tamil Nadu, where culture explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGC-XR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGC-XR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGC-XR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGC-XR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Tyagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGC-XR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here about to begin an exciting session at the second edition of Umagine TN 2024. Of course, our esteemed annual Technology, Entrepreneurship, and Skill Summit. Coming up on stage, we have an interesting conversation, a fireside chat that will take us on a journey through the evolution of satellite technology and its profound impact on global connectivity. At the crux of this conversation, you'll find that the topic is Intelsat and transformation in the satellite industry. As we know, this fireside chat features two distinguished speakers who take us through the transformative potential of satellite technology and, of course, how it revolutionizes communication, connectivity, and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to say a few words to introduce to you our speakers. Mr. Adam Levy, who is Intelsat's Chief Enterprise Operations and Information Officer, responsible for operations, IT, network engineering, and software development all across the company. With a wealth of experience in telecommunications, he also oversees the company's technological infrastructure, driving innovation and efficiency. And of course, Mr. Levy's strategic direction ensures Intelsat remains at the forefront of providing satellite communication solutions globally and advancing connectivity. Also joining us for this session, we have Mr. Ish Sundaram, who is the founder and CEO of Utpata Ventures, an early-stage venture fund and operating executive at Tailwind Capital, which is a mid-market private equity firm focused on industrial and technology portfolios. He's also served as the Executive Vice President and Chief Digital and Technology Officer of JetBlue Airways Corporation from 2012 until his retirement in the February of 2021. He was also the founder of JetBlue Technology Ventures. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sundaram serves as director on multiple public and private companies, including SolarWinds, Intelsat, and Wesco International. It's my pleasure to invite both of our speakers onto the stage with a nice round of applause from all of us in the audience. Mr. Adam Levy and Mr. Ish Sundaram, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome. The topic is going to be a spotlight on Intelsat and the transformation in the satellite industry. A lot to look forward to within this particular topic. I'd like to hand the floor over to our speakers. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Vanakkam. And he's going to do the same, right? Vanakkam.
Vanakkam. Thank you.
This is Adam's first trip to Chennai, also his first trip to India.
Yes.
So he is
Thank you.
very excited to be here. He's been traveling for 2 days. His flights had multiple cancellation, and he landed at 9 o'clock in the morning. After how long, Adam?
I left Tuesday.
He left
Yeah,
Tuesday.
It's been a long run to get here.
So give him a round of applause for making that effort. 46 hours of flying, and I know how difficult that is. Thank you, Adam, for making
My
this.
pleasure.
First of all, it's so inspiring to see you all again. I know lunch, after lunch is my kutti nap, but I'm trying to stay awake. I know most of you in college how I feel like. I never did any classes after 2 o'clock. So now you know what that has helped me to be where I am today. So taking a nap was my favorite thing. Welcome, Adam.
Thanks.
It's a fascinating topic today we're going to discuss, space. How many of you love space?
All right.
Do you guys
We got a
know
handful.
Intelsat? Okay. Adam's going to talk about Intelsat. The first time something happened in space happened because Intelsat was there. They're a satellite company. Adam's been there for a long tenure, and he's the man who keeps these satellites up and running, and a lot of exciting stuff. So Adam, why don't you talk a little bit about yourself, Intelsat. There are many number ones, the first in the world with Intelsat, right? Give us a little bit of the background.
Cool. Yeah. So thanks for having me. Intelsat is the largest satellite company in the world that nobody's ever heard of. So it's kind of an amazing space to be in where we bring this much infrastructure and we light up this much of the world, but we're just sort of in the background doing it. And we have had a lot of firsts. So Intelsat was commissioned by President Kennedy in the US in the 60s to become the international global satellite operator, and it was owned by every country in the world, had a little stake in Intelsat. And we broadcast the first man on the moon, walking on the moon, the first Olympics. I believe we have a number of milestones over the years where we have that global reach. And so what we do simply is we have 57 satellites, and we operate satellite services and managed services around the globe. And it's a really cool company because it brings a tremendous amount of breadth of technology. So you can come work at Intelsat, and you don't have to know anything about a satellite. We're still a traditional company with security and infrastructure and all the core components of a global network provider.
That's cool. Tell us a little bit about what industries benefit out of Intelsat. When you think about every single byte that's transferred from one part of the world to another, literally it goes through Intelsat, right?
A lot of it does.
Who uses us?
So we have all of the major broadcasting companies around the world distribute traffic through us. So we actually take their source content and then we can package it up and encrypt it, and we deliver it all over the world. And it's interesting, so that's one aspect, and from a magnitude standpoint, you can kind of understand it from when we have problems. So like one time we had an issue with BBC where we were broadcasting and we lost a few of their sites. And somebody made the mistake of saying, well, it's only a few of the sites, don't worry about it. Well, one of the sites was actually broadcasting in India, and it was hitting 70 million people. So when we are distributing traffic to such masses, over 500 million eyeballs are always, getting content from Intelsat. And then on top of that, we have a maritime business where we provide capacity to the maritime industry and a big inflators on our network. So
The race to space, today, like, if anything happens to the satellites, we can have a complete blackout, right?
Absolutely.
The world stops from running.
Yep.
Every single mobile phone, every single television network, every single communication that happens, that stops. What's happening in the last 3 years that is dramatically changing because of the evolution of 5G and the need for data to be transferred? What is Intelsat doing about it? The capacity needs must be skyrocketing now.
Yeah.
How many million cell phones? Like 1 billion cell phones in India alone.
So that's really that particular case is really the transformation in our industry. And if you think about, I'll give you if you think about how a satellite works. Imagine just someone holding 30 flashlights above the Earth, and each one of those beams is a satellite beam. That is a traditional satellite, and they can only do so much within that beam that you're projecting on the planet. As the satellites have evolved, we've created what are called software-defined satellites. And those satellites allow you to create beams. So you can change the size of the flashlight, you can move things around, you could follow a plane if you wanted to. So you can start putting the capacity in more dense areas and really bring as many megabits to a human being as possible. So that's created a tremendous amount of evolution, which relates to the technology world. And the audience here is, when you get into space and you start doing these dynamic activities, you need a lot more software. You need a lot more capabilities to do this. So we're building a tremendous amount of end-to-end software that allows you to manipulate the satellite payloads and the transmissions on the satellite. And then you've got to keep evolving that. So now we need to integrate with 5G mobile providers. So we now start working towards integrating and using a standard. There's a standards board, the 3GPP, which we're a member of, the ATIS, which is the US representative, and they have now created an integration for non-terrestrial networks like satellites to integrate with those mobile operators. So by doing that, we're able to take extensions from a mobile operator, and now we can use 5G, and we can extend 5G using satellite. So really a really cool opportunity there.
That's so cool. When you think about, Adam, what has changed in the world of space and satellite, Elon Musk has made such a big impact in the world of space technologies. How many of you know Elon? That's so great. What has inspired me personally is how space has come to mainstream economy now, right? In the past, to work in space, you have to think of NASA and ISRO, but now space has become such a mainstream business that it's attracting a lot of young generation talent.
Yeah, it's great.
20 years ago, when people used to think space was the place where, you have to be this nerdy smart guy to go there and you have to work for the government, but today it's all driven by private sector. When you look at this audience, like all the young people, what talent are you looking at in this generation to come into the space business? What do you see for them as opportunities to, not just work on satellites and other stuff, but there are so many industries around the satellite technology, right?
So that's what's so cool is, I mean, we have, I don't know if you have the equivalent of what's a Costco, like a large, Costco. You can buy a Starlink terminal now at a Costco. You can just walk in and.
What is a Starlink terminal?
And you can buy an antenna with a terminal and have home internet from their satellite constellation. Which is unheard of, and you're getting speeds that are pretty incredible.
Talk a little bit to the group here on talent.
Yeah, and so the talent, when you start to realize what we're building, so everybody in here, and we have a local office here in Chennai. We have 175 people in that office. We have a little contingency here, and we're always looking for software developers, engineers that want to get into RF engineering or network engineering. But the types of skills you're looking at are the traditional skills. We're looking for very good software programmers. We're looking for AI, for data science. And as the satellite industry evolves, and you think about what we do, imagine how the satellites are now, you have fixed satellites, you have moving satellites, and then you have lots of things moving around the planet working on those satellites. You have to have algorithms, and you need learning models to constantly understand how to adapt the environment to meet the needs of all these objects that are moving around. So it's across the board, the skill sets we need. I've been at Intelsat for 24 years, and I enjoy it because you get to learn so many different things because you have such breadth of technology.
24 years ago, what were you and where did you start your life?
I was a C++ programmer.
Wow,
So
and what all stuff you did in Intelsat to be where you are today?
So I went from software development, C++, and building operational systems to run the network. And then I very quickly just sort of evolved into taking over the satellite command systems and all the application development, and then building data centers. So I was able to pivot and build our data centers and our teleports and get very deep on those areas. And then they just kept piling on. So now we've gotten to the world where we have, and our folks here in Chennai, they're responsible for developing the in-flight connectivity software that you can use on many domestic airlines in the United States as well as international airlines. That software is written here. So it's that.
So you were a rocket scientist then?
I was not a rocket scientist.
Okay,
I was a pure play computer science.
That's great. Like, how many of you are computer science here? Wow, that's amazing. Any aerospace people here?
All right.
Oh, that's inspiring.
All right.
It's interesting. I'm fascinated with the next generation of talent in India. As you look at it, the evolution, what the minister spoke this morning on investing in education, investing in offering a lot of subsidies early on in different parts of this state, has actually generated the most amount of engineering talent and science talent in Tamil Nadu now, which is the most important reason why this part of the world has become very successful with outsourcing and technology development. Talk to us a little bit. India is a big market for space, right? Almost like 1.4 billion Indians here, including myself, we were all super excited when we launched our mission to moon. But that's today. That's today because we all know today, because the news can spread fast with, X, Twitter, whatever you call it, like Facebooks, and the social media has taken that message quick. But India's history of space is a very lengthy period. Like for decades, since the Nehru administration, we've been in space. Where do you see space going in India? What opportunities do you see for Intelsat, which is the oldest space company in the world, satellite company in the world? Where do you see us in the next 5 to 10 years in India?
I see there's a couple angles there. So one, your ISRO, your launch and space exploration has really matured, which is incredible. So long term, I could see Intelsat leveraging, launch providers here and launching satellites from India, which would be tremendous. And we've had conversations on that topic. But I think the most interesting thing that's going to happen is because you have such innovative talent here and such a wealth of talent, opening up the regulatory world and allowing space development to become private and really, private equity funded and really get like Silicon Valley. Like we started working with what we would call new space firms. And they've popped up in Silicon Valley because space has gotten cool again. And I can see that that's going to happen here with the changes that are making. So I think we'll be excited to be able to work with some of the new space companies that'll probably start developing that next generation of satellite, or how do you manufacture satellites cheaper, faster, make them more generic so you can get them up in space quicker, and not have to wait like us, 3-4 years to get a satellite up from design. So I think that's huge. I also think just getting more integrated into the network in India. We have presence in multiple teleports in India. We light up our in-flight connectivity and our maritime business through that. We'd love to, be able to purchase teleports here and build infrastructure.
What's a teleport, Adam?
So a teleport is, if you see, it's basically a data center with all our big antennas, all the RF antennas attached to it. So that's where we bring down the satellite transmission or broadcast it. And then we also run data centers at those locations. So we can run virtual environments, we could host cloud environments, we could be spinning up customers' applications and do all kinds of interesting things there.
That's cool. Let's talk about your India team.
Yeah?
You're in my favorite part of the world, in Chennai, right?
Yep.
Tell us what you have here.
So we have about 175 people here. And again, they're broken into really a couple different pieces. The largest group is software development. And again, they're developing all aspects of our in-flight connectivity software. So the software that's running on the plane, the portal software that allows you to purchase a subscription or purchase your pass for the day, and everything that's required end-to-end to run that in-flight connectivity service. And now we've also started spinning up additional activities around our network management and our general business software. So we're building a Salesforce team, a ServiceNow team, an Oracle team. We want to really start taking advantage of our facility here. We find the talent's incredible, and it's really an extension of our company. It's not that's how we view it. It's just another office. I'm in Virginia. We have one in Georgia, in the U.S. We have one in Chennai. We view them all the same. And then we also have a large operations team that's responsible for monitoring our media customers and our platform business and a number of other business segments.
That's awesome. A little bit, not only Intelsat has an office here. When the Chennai floods hit, and I reached out to our CEO, and along with SolarWinds, who's also here, Intelsat also offered a big grant to the Chief Minister's Relief Fund. That shows their commitment not just to building software teams here, but also to the community. And they were always first to go reach out to people to make sure that everyone's safe and give back to the community.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Adam.
Yeah.
I know your team was very involved in that. Okay, let's talk satellites now.
But first, I want to just one. So I see a lot of young. I feel very old sitting up on this stage. But for all the young talent out there, look us up. So it's a good environment. We're going to be hiring. We're not big like some of the large companies, but we'll still be hiring 50 people this year, maybe more. So we always have opportunity. So we'd be really excited to.
And they're a great company to work for.
And it's a good company. It's a fun company to work for.
So Adam, a little bit. Let's talk about these satellites. What does it cost? What does it cost to build a satellite? And how long does it take to put it in space?
Yeah, that's really the interesting challenge. So we've had satellites ranging from 150 million to 350 million. You can get into some very significant.
That's dollars.
Dollars. And generally from design to launch is around 4 years. And the launch costs have come down dramatically because of SpaceX and Elon Musk, where it used to cost. I can't even tell you how expensive it was to launch satellites. You're talking $150, $170 million to launch a few satellites, to put 2 satellites up. And now that cost has come down dramatically. So it depends the type of satellite you're building, but they really can range in cost.
Just to translate, if you're a software engineer working on this, it costs about 15,000 crores per satellite to go up. That's the magnitude. And how long does it last?
We've had 22-year-old satellites. They're supposed to last 10 to 15 years, but we have some that's gone into the 20s. We're very good at managing. Fuel, and fuel is really longevity for satellites. If you're really good at managing your satellite in space, you can stretch the life of it as much as you can.
Adam, when you say fuel, what is fuel in a satellite? Where is a gas station or an electricity
No, that's it.
charger out there?
It goes up, fueled up, and then you just, once you're out of fuel, you deorbit it. Now, there's a really cool innovation where we worked with another company, and we were the first to do this, and it's called an MEV, a mission extension vehicle. And they launched these small satellites that grab onto the back of your satellite. So at 17,000 miles an hour, whatever that is in kilometers, sorry, I can't do that math. right? Yeah, you are moving a little. We got to watch the video, even though it was protected by the government, but we were able to watch a stream of it. And you could watch this little satellite connect to the back of ours, and then it takes over and allowed a satellite that we had that was out of fuel to continue to operate. And it's still operating. It'll go until we want to deorbit it.
That is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
It's really neat.
When a satellite that is spinning into space goes into trouble, literally today, Intelsat, working with our partners, I guess it's Northrop, right?
Yeah.
Crewman, they send another satellite to go fix it. Think about sending a mechanic to fix in space.
We've actually done it once in
And
the 80s.
It's all completely robotics.
Yeah.
This satellite goes there and fixes the problem in the main satellite. That's the level of sophistication. And the team in India is supporting all these things, right?
Absolutely.
It's such an inspiring place to be in. Adam, space has become a challenging place for cybersecurity, right? In the past, everybody wants to hack things and do things. Now, space has become a precious asset when you think about all the missile defense and the data that passes. How do you protect these assets from all the dangerous people out there?
So, unfortunately, we can't protect it from missiles. So you're still susceptible to physical harm from if that ever happens. But from a cyber standpoint, we do a tremendous amount. We're considered critical infrastructure. We do a lot of business with governments all over the world. We do a lot of business with the U.S. government and with classified U.S. government. So we have a very evolved cyber program. We actually, you just jogged my memory. We have a cyber team actually here in Chennai. That's something we're spinning up and increasing our presence here to continually monitor our network and monitor our services. But from an overall cyber standpoint, protecting the satellite's not that hard because we can really lock down the environment for how you command and control the satellite. The real challenge starts to come in when you have customers that have terminals at their site, whether it's at your house or on a yacht or on an airplane. They're susceptible to hacks, physical hacks, network hacks. So we do a lot of work with third parties to really run them through a lot of intrusive testing to make sure. We've actually brought in company that does this testing for the U.S. Department of Defense, and that way they can really go to town on your infrastructure and give you all the recommendations on how to harden it, and they simulate what a nation state would do. So they simulate what the Russian business network or a Chinese threat would do.
That's great. I just realized when I looked at my phone, I didn't ask one single question that Adam wanted me to ask him.
No.
So maybe I should start my real interview with you now. Adam.
Were there questions from the audience?
We'd love to ask any questions for Adam. We'll pass the mic to you guys. Who wants to ask a question?
No.
Don't feel shy. You may get us right to space. All right. You want me to pass the mic to you?
If you put a satellite into space as a business, what is the return on investment in number of years?
So the initial return on investment was around 10 years. So it was 8 to 10 years. That's changed a little bit. The history of the satellite business, this is a good question. We were running at around 80% margin. So we were making 80 cents on the dollar, so it's super profitable, incredibly profitable business. That has changed dramatically with entrance of new networks and just proliferation of fiber and proliferation of other technologies, but it's still a very high margin business.
I would like it to be 5 years as his
it's
board
probably more
member
8 to
and
8.
investor, but
Right.
8 is, think about these assets. They are very expensive and they actually live a long life. They're not like cell phones that disappear in 12, 24 months. These assets actually live a long life and generate a lot of consistent income year over year. So it's actually a good industry to be in. Any questions before we jump to some fun facts about Adam?
Yeah.
Hi, Ish and Adam. So today morning, our Honorable CM touched upon free Wi-Fi for whole Tamil Nadu. And also, we know that the deployment as well as Chennai is prone to floods and other things. I believe satellite will be more, more reliant source of providing to the areas which the fibers or other things cannot be deployed or managed in many urban or rural areas and all. Also, PTR's minister also touched upon the importance of the communication, education, and reducing the waste in different industries through effective communications. So, is there any plan or the role of Intelsat providing the opportunities as well as the support for enhancing our state?
Adam, why don't you touch on it?
Yeah,
we have a meeting with the minister later this afternoon to talk about it, but Adam, why don't you touch on it?
I think that statement, our ears perked up when we heard that, because such a large country, such rural areas, we can absolutely play a huge role in extending Wi-Fi around the country. And I think it'll play into our strategy. We'd really like to invest in India. We'd really like to build our own facilities here, where today we are in other companies' facilities. And then we can bring more satellite capacity to the region, and that's a great use case for it.
If you think about many industries, we call it capital heavy. Telecommunications is one of the most capital heavy business in the past. When cell phones came into India, the reason why it could grow so fast, people didn't have landlines for many years because you have to dig a road and put cable and bring all those things, right? With cell phones, it just completely changed it from, maybe, 50, 60 million cell phones to 1.2 billion, that's 50, 60 million landlines to 1.2 billion cell phones. That just happened because of space.
Yeah.
There's no more digging the road, no more, there are towers and other stuff. What Wi-Fi industry is going to go through is that same change. Putting fiber optic connectivity to every part of the world is not cheap, and keeping up with that investments is going to be very expensive for the telecommunications industry. But in the past, there was no capacity, so they didn't have a choice. Satellites were not providing that capacity. Now with new generation technologies, that's easy to do. So the way I see this is space is going to be the next way to connect people.
Yeah.
And what's our new slogan?
Oh man, you just stumped me. I just forgot it.
Connecting the world.
Yeah, sorry. We just rolled out a new marketing slogan the other day, and I just forgot it.
Yeah.
Your world made closer.
Your world
There you
made
go.
closer.
Just took me a
So
second.
this is going to be big, impactful.
Yeah.
And I have to say, a lot of, what our CM spoke today is such inspiring thing to each one of you sitting in here, right? This is the foundation for education. This is the foundation for, connecting with family. This is the foundation for entertainment. Everything relies on that connectivity and offering that for free, and many things, right? Like transportation offered for free enables so many kids to go to school. These kind of things that happen for social justice and empowering people makes a big difference. And I always say this, we have to learn a lot in America from a place like, Tamil Nadu, where there is so much investments going on into the core people. That doesn't happen in many places. So, it's very inspiring. And our minister, PTR, who's a very dear friend of me for many, many years, and, I've known his father so closely. My father and his father were, friends in Madurai. And, that family has done so much to this state and to India and broader. What we see today is just the starting point of a whole new chapter of technological advancement. Adam, closing thoughts on your fun facts, and then we'll have one more question.
A very good afternoon to you, and
Tell
we
your
welcome
name.
you.
What's your name and where are you from?
Yeah, I'm VR Akash. I'm currently pursuing final year in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering in JPR Institute of Technology, and I am a team lead in the JPR Institute of Technology Nano Satellite Research Team. So my question is, we have been launched Unity Sat from a college in 2021 with tie-up with ISRO. is there any opportunities that you guys and your company will provide for college students, especially in Tamil Nadu college students, to get a tied up opportunity with the satellite technology and R&D department, sir?
Absolutely. Actually, you bring up a good point because we have a really good internship program that we bring people in and we post jobs. Right now, I think we have 20 or 30 of them, but they're very specialized. And we've never opened them up, actually, in Chennai. Just by bringing that up, I think I'll take that back and we'll open up a few of them in the office here and give people that experience.
Who's here from our Chennai office who can answer that?
Yeah,
We'll delegate to the team.
yeah.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'm Vinod. I'm the director of Chennai Intelsat group here. And to your question, a few years back, we had some internship. It's not an internship, it's more of connecting to the college and recruiting people. But what Adam is talking about is on the internship program that's in the US. Maybe I will work with Adam to find out if we can bring it to Chennai.
We definitely could.
All right, Adam.
Thank you.
You have a lot of work in India for you lined up. Let's start a little bit of fun facts. You've probably traveled so many countries. Favorite destination before coming to India?
Favorite before India would probably be Italy.
What are you going to do this weekend?
I don't know. My tour guide, I don't know yet.
Well, there are some fun places to visit.
I've heard
visit in Chennai, which will make India to be your favorite destination after this weekend.
I'm looking forward to it.
Are you ready for some curry?
I am.
You sure?
I am.
So,
I can handle the heat. I don't need you.
I can see that,
I
but
can handle
you know, I'm looking forward to having a curry this evening
Absolutely.
with you. What are you going to do on the way back? How many countries are you going to hop?
I will go through a couple days in Paris for meetings and then Luxembourg.
And Luxembourg for what?
It's for our board meeting. We'll be together in Luxembourg. We're actually a Luxembourg-based company, even though we're heavily headquartered in the U.S., but it's for tax reasons.
Well, you can't say that. Adam, thank you for joining us here. I know, you were so excited coming here.
Absolutely.
It took you 46 hours. I should have told you how to fly, but you already hopped on a plane. But we really appreciate you coming to India for the first time. But we'll make your trip very memorable. And the students here greatly appreciate you being here. Round of applause to Adam.
Thanks.
And everyone here, our Intelsat team is here. If you want to talk more about space,
Absolutely.
Feel free to jump in. We'll be here for the next 2 days. We'll be happy to talk. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, sirs. Before we do, in fact, conclude the chat, we'd like to call upon Mr. Davidar, IAS, Advisor to the Department of Information Technology, to present our speakers with a memento of the occasion. Of course, we truly appreciate the candor and the in-depth view that we got of the industry itself, and it's time that we gave them a nice round of applause. Mr. Adam Levy and Mr. Ish Sundaram, ladies and gentlemen. I think all of us in the audience share the pride that Mr. Ish Sundaram showcased of being here in Chennai. And of course, to Mr. Adam Levy, I think we can all say we hope to see you more often in Chennai. And with that, a loud round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much for that wonderful session. Mr. Adam Levy, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Ish Sundaram, a loud round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, we continue our conversation. Now, coming up, we have yet another fireside chat, and with this conversation, we shine a spotlight on India's remarkable journey in the realm of space exploration and the pivotal role of the private sector in driving innovation and progress. It's my pleasure to invite our speakers and, of course, introduce them to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as I invite Mr. Moin, who's the co-founder and COO of Agnikul, of course, a seasoned operations specialist with a diverse background spanning engineering management, manufacturing, and supply chain domains, amassing over 11 years of professional expertise. Beyond his academic pursuits, Mr. Moin also harbors a deep fascination for space law, showcasing a nuanced understanding of both aerospace technology and its regulatory landscape. Driven by an unwavering passion for space exploration, Mr. Moin, ladies and gentlemen, navigates the interdisciplinary realm of physics, engineering, and safety with zeal. Of course, his dedication to making space more accessible is evident in his resolve to tackle challenges that are inherent in space utilization. It's also my pleasure to introduce to you our second speaker joining us for this session, Mr. Suyash Singh, who is the co-founder and CEO of Galaxy, who is also a driving force in the realm of space exploration. With a focus on satellite imaging technology, he pioneers solutions for Earth observation, and his leadership at Galaxy aims to revolutionize data analytics and insights, shaping industries from agriculture to urban planning. Ladies and gentlemen, India as a leader in space, role of private sector in launches partnership strategy with ISRO. Over to our speakers. Good afternoon, sirs.
Thank you.
Thank you for the introduction.
Yeah, I think we've not been together in a fireside chat asking questions to each other. It's been for the first time, I guess, Moin. So maybe as we discussed, I'll take the lead here. So, yeah, I think, Moin, you've been one of the first movers in the space, so as to call, in India. And when you started, probably there was nothing called Indian private space sector, most probably. So maybe a good point to start off would be, a very brief introduction of yourself and, how did you start Agnikul back then? What was in your mind? When did you start? And, maybe a brief outline of the journey so far.
Yeah. So we started in 2017. Actually. When we had started it, I don't think so we had enough space companies in India. So there was a challenge with respect to bringing awareness about the sector itself, not only to the investors per se, but also to the general public. When I say general public, I mean there was always this notion space generally belonged to the government side and not to the private side. So first breaking that myth, telling that it is privately possible. I think we should also give credit to SpaceX for that because they've done that in the West. And similarly, a private company getting an opportunity to do something in space in India was something very reasonable to be doing. And I'll tell you one of the notions that we had at that point of time. India was a space for nearly 50 years. Hello? Yeah. So India has already had this background of being in the space for nearly 50 years. So if you say space in India, there's always a good resonance between that, right? Because we've been launching rockets, we've been doing something in the satellite industry for nearly 5 decades or so. But starting making things private, I think that was completely new. And when we entered, we had to make sure that starting from the investors till the policy makers till the customers, everything is quite possible in India. It did take some time because the first 2 years were about creating awareness about it. And then once people understood what space has to offer, what it has both technological as well as economical growth. Once they understood about it, I think the journey became a little bit more seamless for us, and that's how I think the first journey was for us. So Suyash, I think similarly to you, right? You've also been into the space industry, but you've done on the upstream side of it, working more towards on the satellite part. How was your journey about it?
Thanks, Moin, for playing along. Maybe I can take. Yeah. So yeah, I think our journey has been very interesting because when you guys started Agnikul in 2017, 18, we were starting up with Hyperloop project at IIT Madras. And I still remember coming to you to get a engine thruster for putting it on a Hyperloop pod to run inside a vacuum tube. Right? So and when I used to come to your lab that time in 2017, I was like, what, are these guys smoking or what, right? Like, can they build a rocket or a launch vehicle from India, and that too in a private context? So that was pretty fascinating for me in general. So yeah, I think for us, the intersection and the overlap came when in 2021 we found a problem. We found enough momentum in the industry that the launch vehicle or the launch costs are coming down. We found that satellites can be built outside national labs like ISRO and DRDO and whatnot. That's where we got motivated to build something around this again, right? But it was not just for those facts. We found a very interesting image intelligence problem where we found that imagery coming from space is not enough today to solve for commercial and strategic applications. And the larger challenge is the clouds, right? So most of the Earth is covered by clouds. And we wanted to see through, we wanted to develop a technology to see through that and collect and gather right kind of imagery intelligence. So our journey was a little backwards. So we found a problem where we found that imagery is not available. To make it available, we need to engineer a certain kind of sensor that has to be mounted on a satellite. And that's where the journey started to think about, can we build a hybrid sensor or a multi-sensor satellite that can see through clouds and give the right kind of information for agri monitoring, for national security monitoring, for many other things. So that's how we started off. My team entirely came from Hyperloop team. So we are the same guys, but now doing satellites rather than the transportation. Yeah. And of course, switching gears from there, right? Investment in this space is pretty a big question in general context, right? So would love to understand your journey, raising funds, in a deep tech context where you don't see customers paying you in the shorter term. How do you manage that? What do you do to convince your investors and your team members as well?
I think that's a very important question, at least in the space sector. Two reasons for that. Number one, as I said, awareness is something that we had to create for the first 2 years at least. The reason is this particular industry has a longer gestation period. So for example, if you compare it with the other industries, it's generally around 2 years or 3 years. So investors have this language about when do I exit, right? And especially if you come in the space side of it, so the average waiting time is somewhere around 5 to 7 years. So the normal jargon that they also give you with it is it's called as a deep tech, because it has to evolve over a period of time. Understanding that for the investors, I think took some time, because it is not quick money, but it is a high risk, high reward game. One of the reasons why I say high risk, high reward is, although for example, our engines get manufactured in Adyar, but they would actually work in space. It's a global business for us. It's not you're targeting only one particular country or something. So anything that you make in space is a global business. So the gestation periods are also longer, and at the same time, your rewards rewards as an investor also are higher. So that is something that we've understood. And we've also seen it as very specific type of investors who have that appetite, take deep tech as an ecosystem itself. So, so if you go to common investor, who generally does it in SaaS or something else, explaining them, and although it is really it's about rockets, it's about space and everything, when it comes to money and evaluation, they expect a quicker return. So people who have I wouldn't say deep pockets, I would say deep appetite. I think those are the set of investors that could actually help even this particular ecosystem grow along. So I
think I have a follow-up question there, right? So when you say deep appetite for deep tech investors, right? For a SaaS investor, it is easier to understand a business model, I'm going to build an app for this and go and sell in India at least. In terms of business models, what do you think was the feedback when it came, because the first thing is like when you start pitching, first 2-3 minutes of your conversation will be like, wow, space science.
Yeah, I think we had a good analogy to explain to people, right? So let me explain our business model as well, right? So we are just logistic business. Point A being ground and point B being space. That's exactly what we do. We carry things from point A and deliver it at point B. It is as simple as that. But yeah, we use a vehicle called as a launch vehicle. The industry is space. The sector is like, quite complex. That is how people associate it as. But the business model is like just transporting from one place to another. And I think if I had to do a business pitch here, I would just say like, we're just building like, cabs to space. So today we don't want, if anybody's manufacturing satellites or something, today there's a lot of waiting time that they experience. We want to minimize that and give them an opportunity to have a dedicated mission. Feel like, they are the mission owner. They are the owners of it. So we wanted to give them that feeling. That's exactly how Agnikul itself started. And our business case is as simple as that. So I'll tell you something, Serge. It's irrespective of how complex the business is, the business model is always simple, right? But the appetite to understand this is something that I would like to ask you on that front as well, because like satellites have a gestation period itself to be built, and they're constantly sending data, right? And they're always measured upon the reliability of how good the data generally comes. How was it for you when you were trying to talk about satellites and reliability to an investor and how they were looking at it?
I think it was a mixed narrative, generally when we speak on our, because, like when people say there's a risk in sending a satellite up to space, we say, yeah, if the launch vehicle fails, can't do anything. Right? So we put all the risk on the launch vehicle provider essentially, like till the space. And then after that, it is all the communication guys. So if the communication fails, then it's fail. So we say we'll choose a very reliable launch partner. We'll choose a very reliable communication partner. And that's how we say we'll de-risk. But all the more important, right, at the end of the day, from upstream to downstream, we see that as business models are simpler more on the upstream, as you go more and more downstream, it becomes more complex. For example, you don't have a data yet, which is beaming down from space. How would you show value on that data? So that becomes more challenging. So I think upstream, the engineering problem is more harder to solve. Downstream, the business problem is more harder to crack. Right? So that's the trade-off that I see in general. Right? And of course, more than that, a reliable supply chain is super, super important. Right? And which is where I will also probably ask you, sitting in Chennai, how did you manage to build up a nice supply chain, convince your vendors, manufacturers, because it may not be something that you'll find in the market or in the marketplace, right? So how did you manage to do something like that here for a launch vehicle?
One good thing is about ISRO is they've built a very robust vendor ecosystem. So I think within Chennai also you have certain hubs like Ambattur, there's a lot of work happening. And in Sriperambuttur, Sipcot, you have certain companies. So we've seen ISRO has trained certain vendors within the Chennai ecosystem, not only within Chennai, but I've also seen this across other states as well, where there are a lot of belts where people are actually quite capable of producing TRL9 quality. So you call that in that aspect, right? So we've seen that ecosystem cherish. And we just had to tap into that. Luckily for us, I think one of the things that we also did is we had to manufacture engines, because in a launch vehicle, engine is the heart of everything, right? And we chose to go additive manufacturing way, which was, I think, new at the time that when we had started, but today we see a lot of other companies also doing it. But in this due process, we've been able to create a single piece 3D printed engine. So which means in the entire world, we are the only ones who've actually created that. a single piece 3D printed rocket engine that can just be like, connected to fly. So that in that course, we've been able to like, limit our dependability on the vendors. But obviously a launch vehicle is not only about an engine, right? You have so many other components, and we are able to like, talk to a lot of other existing players and see it's just like trying to build a 21st century rocket and not taking the same thing. In that way, I think kudos to ISRO, I think, because they've built it out not only for the launch vehicles, I would say even for the satellites part and all of those things. So Suresh, a question on terms of like, recently, yesterday also we've had this FDI approvals, which is the biggest win, I think, for the space industry, and for any other industries comparatively, in the shortest span of time, we've received this 100% FDI. Even for the launch vehicles, we have through 49% through the automatic route. For the satellites, we have up to 74, and for other things as well as 100%. How do you think this is going to shape the future of the space industry with a lot of more people coming in? Do you think there'll be barriers to entry even though there's FDI, or do you think it's going to be a very smooth entry for the new people to also come in?
I think the most common pattern that we have seen because of FDI not being existing earlier is, few players have incorporated a US company, right? And they operate as a subsidiary in India because they want to attract investments from the investors who are abroad, right? Which in turn is, is a slight or a small risk also, because the IP will be holded by the US parent company, which will now be stopped in some way, which is great, because if the if FDI is allowed, the investors who are outside the country can also put in money in an Indian entity, and the IP remains with here. And the IP should be here. The prime reason for that is because space is not just a commercial technology development. It's also a strategic and a security tech stack that a country will have. So I feel FDI is a very welcoming step, although it will have its own pros and cons. I completely agree with that. But I feel it will help us to move faster, accelerate our developments, because sometimes the investments can be limited at a certain stage of the company in our country, and we can attract investors from abroad as well. So I feel I'm positive about it. Let's see how it tags along. We still have to cover a lot of length to really evaluate what is that and not. And maybe just a last question to you, and I'll tag along after your answer, is in terms of the design talent, right? How did you find people for building a launch vehicle here? That's question number A. And then a part question to that is, when we hear rockets, right? We are looking at those engines firing up and like going up into space. But I remember we having a candid conversation that it is not just an engine that is firing to take us to space. There are interdisciplinary aspects also which comes into play. So, would love to understand, on the talent bit, how do you feel where we are heading as an ecosystem? And at the same time, is rockets only engine, or there's much more to it?
So, to start on the talent part, so I think there are two things that we need to correlate, right? So a lot of companies in India manufacture things in India. Designing in India has been slightly on the lower side comparatively on the manufacturing part. One of the fundamental reasons that we think that the design part is lesser is because of the brain drain that happens generally. But in the recent years, I think because of this concept of startups, we've seen a lot of companies, when you go to this prototype phase, there are a lot of design part that has also started coming in. But still, there is a gap in the market where the experienced design people still come in. That we still find it not so much available in India. It's still somewhere outside. people with experience, people with pedigree of what they have actually done in terms of the design engineering prospects. It would take some time for India to be very strong leader on the design side, but nevertheless, I think we are on the path of it. In the next few years, we will have a very strong design mentality as well. That's something that we foresee, even in terms of building a launch vehicle as well. So luckily for us in our journey, what we did was we tried working with all the young brains, I think freshers, and we had ex-ISRO advisors who were advising us. So we exactly knew how to build a rocket from the eyes of the advisors. But we wanted the young brains to actually look out for what to be watching out for. And in that case, we had innovations lining up. But at the same time, if you're running an organization, if you're working with young people, there's always that signal to noise ratio that you also work along with. But that's absolutely okay to deal because you're getting real innovation out of there. And that's what engineering is all about, right? Manufacturing is not equals to engineering. I think a lot of people misunderstand that. The core engineering starts with the design aspect of it, relating to something of an output that could be used to produce something. That is something, the overall life cycle, we've actually cut down into 4 parts, and we've focused either on the first part or on the last part. Not completely over though. So I think in the next few years, with a lot of startups coming up, I think in the manufacturing, in the automotive side we've seen, in the EV side we've seen, a lot of new design methodologies have been discussed. And that is a cool factor that I would say that is happening in India, at least right now. Now to answer your, the second question was about? Yeah, so for example, in terms of launch vehicle, it's like a mini university, right? You have an electrical engineer, you have a chemical engineer, mechanical engineer, and then you also need accounts, finance, pretty much a wide array of all streams of engineering. But the catch here is even if you're good at one stream of engineering, it's not good enough because it is interdisciplinary. And in our jargons, we call it as dependencies, right? For an engine to work, it's just not the propellants coming together. So you also need an electrical person who might have a spark plug there. And you would also require an electronics person to actually read the data and tell you what it is about. So they all have to understand the concepts together to have a final output. So getting this part through with a lot of young people is actually the challenge. But once you've figured out the way about how to build interdisciplinary things, I think not only rockets, right? Even if they are the most complex things, which I believe they aren't, but anything is quite possible is what I feel. I think you should add to it on the satellite part.
Yeah, I think our experience on the talent side is a little different because satellite is predominantly electronics. And we've seen design houses of Intel, Qualcomm, Bosch, Continental, being here in India, right? So I think, people who are doing internships in such organizations are really a good eye-catcher resumes for us, and we shortlist them with lesser entry barriers, so as to say. At the same time, for them, the challenge is not to come and build what they can do. For them, the challenge is, the risk of leaving a giant like Qualcomm or Bosch or Continental is a bigger one for them rather. So talent-wise, I believe we have fair bit of talent, at least on satellites side, more or less. And I do completely agree with the interdisciplinary aspects of building a complex machinery or an equipment. There is a lot that has to go, starting with a conceptual design, and then, as we were talking about, hundreds of reviews that it has to go through to even get launched. So, in my opinion, I think in next 2 to 3 or 4 years, when we see more success stories like yours, and our satellites going up, and downstream startups doing the analysis, and once that one loop is completed, right, then probably we'll repeat with larger innovations. Yeah. So with that, maybe I'll open up if you have any questions in the audience, and then we can close down. If not,
I guess either we made a lot of sense or we didn't make any sense. It's either of it. So unless and until if you ask questions, we wouldn't know about it.
Question from Mr. Rish Sundaram for all of us in the audience. The question was, can you give us a little bit of an info into the money that?
Sure. So we've raised so far $40 million, I think, over 4 rounds, and that's how it has happened. Each round has its own challenge, I would say, but at the same time, as a startup company, you keep on fundraising, right? And I think we're still in that mode as well. Hoping to close another round as well in the future. So fingers crossed, but yeah, that's where we are. But as I said, in terms of making people aware about what it was in India was the number one thing about fundraising itself for us. Have had investors also doze off. And we've also had people getting the feeling that this is the next big thing. So we've seen all variety of emotions that a human could display. And I think in that course of events, we've been lucky enough to see how investment world works. And I think, Suyash, you should also talk about it.
Oh, I think we are very early in that terms, right? We have just raised $4 million at the seed stage. And of course, we'll raise more money without that. It is not possible. But yeah, in this environment, we have learned that, there has to be visibility of the business model and the business, even if you're in space, it doesn't matter. The business models and the business viability of your solution should be at the core.
Thank you so much, sir.
All right, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our
Thank you,
speakers.
everyone.
We'd like to take the opportunity to extend our thanks to our speakers by presenting them with mementos of the occasion. If I may please request you to remain on stage. I'd like to call upon Mr. Davidar IAS, Advisor to the Department of Information Technology, to please do join us on stage and present our speakers with mementos. Mr. Moin and Mr. Suyash Singh, ladies and gentlemen, taking us through the spirit of ingenuity, the collaboration that actually defines India's space program itself. Of course, charting an interesting course towards a brighter future in the coming years. A loud round of applause for our speakers. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate your valuable insights. Thank you, Mr. Davdar. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we take a very short break, 10 minutes to be precise. But of course, before we do, in fact, take your leave, we'd like to remind you that the next session focuses on the most relevant topic of them all, of course, AI. We did touch on it briefly across the previous sessions, but it's time for a deep dive into the world of artificial intelligence, from enterprise AI to India-specific models. We have experts who are going to be taking us through it all. So if I may please request all our guests who are taking a break to please do join us back within the next 10 minutes. We'll be starting our on-stage proceedings in exactly 10 minutes, and I can assure you that this is going to be a session that you do not want to miss. We look forward to having you back here. Thank you once again for joining us here at Umagine TN 2024.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge.
I know. That's all we have.
And one more podium is there.
No, we have only 4 podiums, right?
So otherwise we can keep it
Together?
together.
Sure, let's do that.
So that one more speaker.
ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳೋದು ಎಲ್ಲ ಕೊಂಚம் ಒಟ್ಟಿಗೆ ಹಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಓಕೆ ಡನ್
And then obviously protecting your data becomes important in that context of things. You also want to make sure even on different kind of attacks that have seen AI. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the talent hub for global tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT, where visionaries converge, technologies merge. Under the leadership of Thiru M.K. Stalin, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, and the able guidance of Thiru Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services, Tamil Nadu. Come be a part of Tamil Nadu's tech success story. Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds with Umagine TN. Experience IT at the Talent Hub for Global Tech. Welcome to Umagine, where 2 days are dedicated to captivating keynotes, engaging fireside chats, and enlightening panel discussions. Experience IT.
Check. We begin our next session in a couple of minutes. May I please request all our guests to please do join us within the hall.
Welcome to Tamil Nadu, where culture, heritage, and economic dynamism converge. Here, your vision meets reality. Explore a world of limitless opportunities. Tamil Nadu boasts an unmatched pool of skilled and educated talent, ready to drive your business forward. Innovation is the heartbeat of Tamil Nadu. We nurture ideas that transform industries. Tamil Nadu is focusing on important areas like AI deep tech, cybersecurity, connected intelligence, sustainability, GICs, and AVGCXR. Now, discover this world where imagination knows no bounds. With Umagine.
Check. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to an exciting session here at Umagine TN 2024. We've had a day full of interesting conversations, and the coming session features two exciting panel discussions. The first one focuses on the future of enterprise AI. Now, of course, today we embark on interesting journeys, but this particular conversation, we take the journey into the heart of artificial intelligence and its transformative potential for businesses worldwide. Of course, we're also going to be taking a look into a future where AI-driven insights and solutions propel enterprises to unprecedented levels of efficiency, productivity, and success. It is my pleasure to invite our panelists onto the stage with a loud round of applause from everybody in the audience, starting with Mr. Cecil Sundar, who is who's the Director of Data and AI at Microsoft, is also a leading figure in the tech industry. Now, I have to say that with a special focus on leveraging data and artificial intelligence, he spearheads initiatives driving innovation and digital transformation. His expertise shapes Microsoft's strategies and empowers businesses worldwide with cutting-edge data-driven solutions and insights. Good evening, sir. Welcome. I'm also happy to welcome onto the stage our next panelist, Ms. Harshini Sridhar, who is Director and Head of India Business at Unifor. She's a dynamic leader in the tech sector, and I have to say that with a keen focus on conversational AI solutions, she drives growth and strategic partnerships, and her expertise fosters innovation, enabling Unifor to revolutionize customer experiences and communication across diverse industries within the Indian market. Good evening, ma'am, and welcome. It's also my pleasure to invite onto the stage Mr. Venkateshan Vijayaraghavan, EVP and Global Head of Technology Service Lines at Virtusa. That's right, a loud round of applause. He is, in fact, a trailblazer in the technology services, and he has a keen focus on understanding digital transformation and innovation. He consistently drives strategic initiatives to enhance client value and operational excellence globally. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vijayaraghavan's leadership empowers Virtusa to deliver cutting-edge solutions and drive sustainable growth. It's a pleasure to have you here with us, sir. Good evening and welcome. And with that, it is also my pleasure to invite Mr. Ganesh Gopalkrishnan, who is the CEO at Geek Minds, Virginia, USA. A loud round of applause for Mr. Ganesh as he makes his way to the stage. With a wealth of experience and expertise in the realm of artificial intelligence, Mr. Ganesh serves as a strategic partner of Microsoft, driving the implementation of AI solutions that practically redefine industry standards and pave the way for transformative technological advancements. Our stage is almost all set. It's my pleasure to invite our moderator. A loud round of applause for Ms. Nithya Subramanian, ladies and gentlemen, Head of Data and Analytics, AMEA at Kellanova, who is also a driving force in leveraging data for strategic insights. With a focus on Asia, Middle East, and Africa regions, she leads initiatives that enhance business intelligence and decision-making. Ms. Nithya Subramanian's expertise fuels Kellanova's growth and innovation in diverse markets, and it is my pleasure to invite all of you to give them a loud round of applause as we begin a conversation on the future of enterprise AI. I'd like to hand the floor over to our session chair. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So I'm extremely privileged and glad to be kind of sharing this conversation with the industry leaders here. I'll just do my little bit of a justice in kind of navigating the conversation because I know that you guys are here to learn more from the industry experts. So to begin with, if you think about AI, it's just become such a big buzzword, right? And then every organization is just trying to catch up with this trend and the wave of AI and all the deep technology, right? But if intuitively you look at organizations or enterprises have been able to monetize this and make the best use of AI as a technology and the goldmine of data that we have around. Yeah. So, as I was saying, right, enterprises haven't been able to, entirely monetize this data and the availability of technology. So, with me, I have Venkatesh, who is from Virtuosa and who can really, probably I'll start with you before I move to Harshni. That where do you think the enterprises must be kind of placing their bets and their money given the current trend and development in AI, and as we are talking about not just Industry 4.0, but Society 4.0, where we are not only talking about connected devices but connected people, right? So, how do you see these trends and the developments currently happening in the industry?
First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you. கற்றது கை மண்ணளவு கல்லாதது உலகளவு தமிழ்நாட்டில் இருக்கிறதுனால இது சொல்லிட்டு ஆரம்பிங்கன்னு யாரோ சொன்னாங்க. Okay, that is AI for you, right? And thank you for being here. I appreciate all of you being here, and Nitya, thanks for tossing it over to me. Over about 100 plus customer conversations, if I have to just, in a nutshell, provide to this audience. And obviously the co-panelists are extremely well-versed on the technology, so I will speak on behalf of the customers. That's better and easy for me, right? So given that, what happens is there are 4 categories where we see customers engaging. Obviously, business domain use cases, that's number 1 for enterprise AI. The other ones that we see is, business operations and tech ops, we call it, tech ops and business ops. Then the third is assisted engineering that we call, where you create software and can you do it with the help of AI. And the fourth is, which is having a lot more, if I had to put a word cloud on what my customers are saying, will be AI assurance. These are, in a nutshell, if you look at it, enterprises are focused on. And that is propelling a lot of conversations. If you look at it, the major prediction engines of, like the Gartners and others, McKinsey say something, what we see is a translation of vision to execution. What I'm telling you is more around conversations where people are putting money and asking, can you do this? Can you get it done? And these are the 4 categories, Nitya. If you want, I can give examples, but I'll come in the next round. Yeah.
Hi. Can you guys hear me, see me? My name is Harshni, and I don't know, she did a really phenomenal job introducing me, but I have to say I have 3 great passions in life. And I say this at every event I speak in, right? One is Manchester United, second one is filter coffee, I wear a coffee ring, and the third one is customer experience in the space of AI. And you spoke a very nice Tamil proverb. For me, when I was planning on speaking here, my dad said, what is AI in Tamil? And I literally translated it. Artificial na nagal intelligence na arivu, nagal arivu. He said, "Unak arivilla." It is called sayarkai nunnarivu. That is what actually AI means. And I represent Unifor, which is on the other side of the table. We are an enterprise AI company, right? And for me, Nitya, the way I see it is there have been 3 great sort of technology revolutions. I would say it started with mobile, then cloud, and now it is AI. It has become absolutely inevitable. But the focus we are seeing, and we say this ourselves, right? The future of enterprise AI is human, which is kind of oxymoronic to say in many words, in many ways. But what we are seeing enterprises come to us for is, use AI, but don't use it as a way to dehumanize things. So maybe I'll give a quick example, right? Like when I bank, I don't ever want to talk to anybody. I want everything done through an app and I want everything to be done by myself. But my dad, every 27th of every month, needs to go to the bank, take his passbook, get it stamped with his pension, and only then he believes that the money in his account. Yes, you can implement AI for banking, but if you don't take into account human nuances, and at the other end of the spectrum is my 12-year-old who says good night to ChatGPT every night. I literally saw that in the transcript. Good night, ChatGPT, you're so cool. Never once has he called me cool, by the way. But I think that has been one huge focus of enterprises we've seen is how do we use AI but also humanize it. So.
Wonderful, wonderful perspectives shared by Venki and Harshini. And you mentioned one great thing about, the human centricity in everything that we do, right? And one example which I can also quote, or maybe I can throw this question open to the audience, right? How many phone numbers do you remember, right? Hardly any. I mean, your own phone number, maybe your spouse's or your kids, right? Beyond that, my mother remembers, I think, more than 20 phone numbers. Right? So what we are doing is we are developing artificial intelligence, but we are de-developing or going down on human intelligence, right? So I mean, this is just a snippet I wanted to share, but to Harshini's point, human centricity or customer centricity, however we want to call it as, is going to be defining the success of a lot of the organizations or enterprises. So Cecil, you're from Microsoft and you're dealing with a lot of data, and lot of analytics, right? And then how do you ensure that, the enterprises that you're dealing with, you're able to help them be as human-centric as possible in their analytics, in enterprises, in developing their AI systems?
Okay, thank you. One of my job is to sell AI to the enterprises, right? That is the job. That's what I do. I do sell Microsoft's data and analytics platform to all the enterprises, especially global enterprises that actually makes the chips, AMD, Aero Electronics, and all those stuff. So that's my responsibility. I just want to piggyback on the comment you're making. So when you talk about enterprise AI, enterprises exist for only one reason. What is that? To make money, right? So the idea is to grow your top line. First, your job is to grow the revenue. Organically, you have to grow the revenue, or through M&A, you can grow. Then, how do you grow the revenue is when these kind of transformation and platforms help you to do that. Growing revenue is one, retaining customer is another one, right? Number two, you can always sell to the best of the customers, but if your customer experience is not good, then there is a potential churn. And also you should understand, acquiring one customer is 3 to 5 times expensive than retaining another customer. So you don't want to lose a customer. That is from the CSAT perspective, customer experience perspective. But where all these AI can fit in, right? If you think about code-to-cash process, a complete code-to-cash process, it starts with your sales excellence, right? In terms of segmentation, marketing, targeting, prediction, AI, if you have used Salesforce has something called Einstein Analytics, AI-driven. So it starts from the sales process. Then when you put AI in operations, what you normally do is you automate operations. What it does is it reduces the time to market. It increases, and with Copilot, everybody should use Microsoft Copilot, okay? GitHub, Copilot, that should be the foundation. I'm just selling to you guys, but you don't have to. But what I'm telling is these Copilots will increase your productivity, GitHub, everything. If you're a developer, all these Copilots will increase your productivity. Even an email can be better written through Copilots, right? And operational efficiency and effectiveness is also driven by AI. So you start with sales, then you go to operations, then you can manage your finance, revenue processing, supply chain management, predictions, everything. Throughout the entire value stream, AI in the enterprise is not an option. We can talk about human-centric approach and all, it's great. But if the company doesn't make revenue, nobody is human, right? The whole company will be closed. Why would they not make the revenue? Because if we don't adopt these technologies, if you're not getting into these technologies, a startup can kill a big company. A startup can disrupt a company. We got to be very transparent and clear in what we are thinking, what this era is about. Number one, it is disruptive. It doesn't respect legacy. You could have been the best of the companies year before. If you are not innovating right now, somebody with 2 people company can kill your business. That's very important to know. The third thing is, within the company, if you want to increase the productivity and if you want to accelerate time to market, AI is the way to go, and it's not an option. By doing that, you will be able to reskill and retrain your existing workforce. And if you innovate more, if you grow your revenue more, you'll hire more, right? So that is the basis of enterprise AI, how it is going to work in the coming years. And again, we are just on the tip of the iceberg right now. So hope that makes sense, yeah?
Yeah,
All right.
certainly. So moving on to you, Ganesh sir, and Cecil mentioned a great point in the sense that, customer centricity is a thing, right? We have to accept that that is how enterprises should move ahead. But also they need to stay afloat, right? They need to be making money essentially to pay their bills and their debtors and, pay salaries to their employees, right? So given this as a prerogative of the a duty, if I may say, of the enterprises to ensure that they are profitable and at the same time maintain human centricity, what are the, in your perspective, the right things for an enterprise to kind of invest in AI? What sort of areas?
Yeah, thank you, Nitya. Thank you for making me participate in this panel. Really appreciate all the panelists too and all the audience, right? So Cecil talked about AI and adoption of AI and the importance and everything, right? Our company closely partners with Microsoft. We are an implementation partner for them. So when they go sell these solutions, right, we go in there as an implementation partner. So we really see how this AI or machine learning or analytics can impact an enterprise, okay? So we are actually implementing these solutions for the enterprises. As Mr. Venkatesh was talking about, right? So how much of adoption is there or something like that in the enterprise, right? We are actually seeing in North America, a lot of these Fortune 300, Fortune 100 companies are now very rapidly adopting this, okay? So to answer your question, Nitya, so I just want to give one example, right? So because there's a lot of questions in many people's mind, okay, what is AI, okay? There are a lot of misconceptions, right? Is AI going to take away my job or something like that, right? So, but what, as an implementation, hands-on implementation partner, what we see is, right, it's actually increasing the jobs, okay? It's increasing the job count and everything. So how I want to explain is, okay, I want to take one quick example and talk about this, right? So we had one project, okay, where we had to kind of find disputes on an invoice, okay? So you have a vendor, they are giving you an invoice, you need to find, okay, whether that vendor is charging you correctly, okay? Because all these enterprises have many contracts, thousands of contracts, and each contract has like 10 to 15 amendments, right? And then they were having 10 people auditor team, okay? They have thousands and thousands of invoices coming in every month, okay? And this is all like several $1 million, okay? So they have to inspect and make sure the invoices are correct and then pay to them, right? Many a times, okay, those invoices, instead of putting a price on Amendment 5, they will have the price from Amendment 4, which is higher price. The enterprise is going to incur loss if they are going to, they have a revised price, lower price, but they are going to pay the higher price, right?
I want to work with them.
Yeah, okay, sure, I'll tell you later. So the thing is, like, all these 10 auditors were able to only cover 10% of the invoices, whatever they are getting, like every month. They were sampling these invoices and finding these disputes. We went in, implemented AI solution, wherein this AI solution will completely, like through OCR, right, getting all the contract data as text data, right, digital data, comparing the invoice data with the contracts, right, and then it was able to audit 100%, okay? You will not imagine, just last week I got an email from the senior leadership from that team, right? because of this AI platform, they have increased or they saved money close to like $25 million. This company was like $25 million over a period of 3 months, okay? They were losing this money year over year because they were not able to do complete coverage of all the invoice audits and everything. Now we do the complete auditing, as well as like we also found new ways to find those disputes, okay? Some disputes, they were not even aware that it's a dispute. We did this, okay? So I just want to explain with an example, right? Likewise, we have implemented so far at least like hundreds of solutions in AI platform, which is saving hundreds of millions of dollars for our customers. And this one is like saving money is earning money, right? So likewise, not only that, okay, increasing the revenue acceleration and then like getting more money also, okay? I see a big transformation. I see this as in a very, very positive way. And if at all anyone has any kind of apprehensions, right, about this AI coming up and everything, this is going to transform all of us in a really good way, actually. That's what I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very well said. And many points relevant that you tabled here. And in general, right, organizations have been able to crack the bottom line code much more than the top line code with AI. Top line impact still remains an aspirational goal for a lot of organizations, and we will still go there, I mean, in the near future. For example, I represent a CPG organization. We are using AI for a lot of our optimization stuff, right? Be it inventory optimization, be it price optimization or price elasticity or trade promotion optimizations, etc. Right? And these have got significant impact on our bottom line. Whereas we are still figuring it out. How do we kind of increase our market share? How do we increase our net sold volume, etc. using AI, right? And that remains a subject of experimentation for us. Now shifting gear, in fact, just again, kind of sharing an anecdote, right? When we were watching Terminator or Matrix, we thought that, oh, this was so unreal, right? This is probably some different world. It's not going to happen to us in this world, the green-blue world we live in, but it is happening, right? So we are moving more towards an era of artificial general intelligence, and it is kind of accentuated by the fact that innovation is not only happening in AI, but in synthetic biology, in robotics, and in other areas, right? And in quantum computing. So which means that we are living in a world of opportunities and risks, right? Now talking about the risks which AI poses for enterprises, which they should be extremely kind of cautious about, what do you think are, could be, the top few risks and, of course, opportunities we have spoken about, the risks that we need to take care of?
Well, that is the big thing that everyone is worried about, right? They don't know what they don't know. Reality is that, right? That is what is making them feel, oh, everything is risky. On top of it, obviously, the regulations and the liabilities that people are thinking through is making everybody to be conscious. In that perspective is where, when I talked about the business use case segment, what I also see is adoption more on back office and middle office than an absolute front office. I see a loan request coming in. You don't tell that customer directly that, your loan is declined because of ABC. They put a human in the middle, yeah, to make sure, what happens. But in terms of, the reason I make this statement is the risks are heavy, especially, I'm going to throw some jargons. Most of you might know these jargons. But there is a relevance to the use case that I talked about, which is, people need explanations. People need, is it giving a guesswork, which is hallucination, or a real answer? First time when I started asking ChatGPT about good restaurants in Chennai, it never gave me by the way, I'm sorry, I'm vegetarian, so I look for only vegetarian food. But Adayar Anandabhavan was not in the list in the last 2 years. That means ChatGPT doesn't know what is going on, right? it was giving me a lot of guesswork answers, which is hallucination, obviously. And people are worried that, will it lead to wrong recommendations and where are you going? The third and other important one is the ROI is becoming a major question mark, right? Do I have the ROI? The world went into cloud not knowing what's in store. Now there are people who are saying, should I go back? There are people, customers. But there are people who, there's no going back. It's a one-way street. Let me further down, right? Optimize. Now, that's the place where the world of AI is. So the risks are, I don't know the ROI. I have to invest. Otherwise, as Cecil said, two people company can come and kill me. At the same time, the biggest risk, to give you a simple example, 2 years ago, if somebody, let's assume all the co-pilots, ChatGPT, everything was available to you, and the iLog4j vulnerability happened, what would have happened 2 years ago? It would have still said you are good to use those code. You are good to have those vulnerabilities. That, in my mind, is the most important risk of AI, which is accuracy game. What is accurate is what is relevant. These are two different things. The AI world operates more with the relevancy as its currency than necessarily, accuracy as the game. And that's a big risk that every CTO, every CEO is worried about. And those are the 4 risks. I called out a couple of examples here and there, but obviously there are more jargons and explainability. I clearly remember a credit card company, for 2 major politicians in the US, they both happened to be husband and wife. For the wife, it gave $20,000. The husband, it gave $30,000. And they're senators. They went and sued this company because, are you already having a bias? The good heavens, the AI program has not yet been productionized with that bank, that they proved that, that's not the reason where we have a bias. So think of it, the risks that your enterprise can get into if all these elements are playing a role in your AI world.
If I can just, Venki, I think I just want to say the flip side is the risk of not implementing AI is you become a dinosaur, right? That's really what it is. But sitting on the side of a company that does enterprise AI and only enterprise AI, there is one big risk we see. And I always say this to my customer, right? In God alone we trust. Everybody else, please bring data. Right? And the biggest risk we now see is everybody wants large language models. Everybody wants to implement something called transformer technology. I literally thought it's a cartoon, but apparently it's some high-end AI something. All of this, right? But then when we go and ask them, is your enterprise AI ready? For me, the biggest risk is running before you walk, wherein you go and just because it's trending and you are having FOMO, you go ahead and put in a very fancy AI program, but none of your, and I'm not talking about just the technical infrastructure, or I'm talking about, are your data sets still siloed? Are your people feeling threatened because you're bringing in AI? How is the mindset of the company? How is the mindset of your consumer? Are they AI ready? For me, the biggest risk we have seen and where we have seen our own AI implementation struggle is when the enterprise is not ready for AI, right? And you spoke about ROI. Every company we go to and we say, simple example, for example, we automate all the quality monitoring. You get this annoying message, this call may be recorded for quality and training purposes. That's basically because of us, right? Because we do all the quality analysis after the call. That's one of the small things that we do. Now, if you put people to monitor the call, going back to what Ganesh said, they can monitor, 2 to 5% of all the information, all the calls that happen, but AI can, of course, monitor 100%. The problem then becomes, what is the quality of your recordings that you have? What are the KPIs that you're monitoring? Are your agents ready to have an AI listen to 100% of all their calls? Without these building blocks, putting that, yes, we can go out and proudly say, I'm monitoring 100% of the calls, but it won't give any ROI. For me, that's the biggest risk I see.
Absolutely, absolutely spot on, Harshni. And Venkatesh, you also brought about hallucinations, right? You know, telling the lie as if it were the prime truth, right? By the AI, especially the chatbot. I'll tell you one, I would say, I think it was a LinkedIn share or something. You know, someone said, I asked ChatGPT what is an eggplant, right? And then ChatGPT came up with, not ChatGPT, it was one of the, I think Midjourney or something. It came up with a image of a plant with omelette on the edges of it, right? So eggplant. So it was funny. Hallucination does not work in other cases, but at least hallucination works in cases where it amazes you through its creativity, right? So having said that, and Harshini also brought up the topic of whether enterprises are ready, right? So like the way we have not been able to crack the top line code, we have also not been entirely able to crack the data code, right, in order to kind of get enterprises AI ready, because it's a trifecta of data, yeah, and you know, the customer centricity or the problem and the technology, right? So where do you see Microsoft is helping the customers in cracking the data code, making them AI ready in terms of data?
So very relevant question. What we try to do is make sure there is data governance, data quality, data accuracy is there, because any machine learning model is as good as your data, right? You know, when you put garbage in, you'll get the garbage out. That's what we tell. But going back to what are the risks for enterprise, right? The biggest thing is cultural risk. So we talk about, Venkatesh talked about ROI. You talked about you're able to crack the bottom line, but not top line, right? And then there is ethical AI and all those concerns. The biggest problem in this world right now, we don't understand the significance of what's happening around. Like Harshini was telling, enterprise are not ready. I don't know what options you have. Honestly, we are all living in a la la land, because I am at the front and center of putting AI in front of the customer. And the biggest risk is the mindset. It's not about the ROI. If you're not doing it, somebody else will do it. It's as simple as that. But can we implement AI within your workforce? Number one question you have to ask is, do you have the skill set, right? Do you have the skill set to bring AI in, or do you have to hire somebody, or can we buy before we versus before we build? These are the strategic decisions. But to get to your top line growth, you have to have this AI on top of it if you are a product company. If you are a services company, you have to sell solutions that drives AI adoption, or that is enabled by AI. There's no other way. We can sit and, என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, பூனை கண்ணை மூடிட்டா உலகமே இருட்டாயிருன்னுவாங்கல்ல. So that is a situation we cannot be in right now, because it is such a disruptive force that is there. And Nitya, you talked about, we used a very important word, AGI, right? I don't know how many people caught that word. We are moving from generative AI to artificial general intelligence, right? And she just casually mentioned it. It's not that easy. What is happening is very disruptive AI behavior. AI technology is coming into play, where it's a multi-model, meaning I can ask ChatGPT about weather, it will answer it. I can ask ChatGPT to write literature, it will write it. I can ask ChatGPT to give me a Python code, it will give me a Python code. Think about this way, right? Where are we in terms of evolution? We are already in a huge disruptive force is there, which is not understood by companies, and we are not using it, right? Somebody, some 3 or 4 brainy guys out of college figures it out. They can create a solution for healthcare, reading images for radiologists and all those things. So we have to be very cognizant of what is evolving around us, And this conference is very important for us to understand that also. Not moving is the biggest risk. That means you will not be slowing down, you will be extinct. So that is what we need to think about. Yeah, there are some legacy companies will never probably, healthcare will never go bankrupt, right? Everybody falls sick. So still you need doctors, people need loans and all those stuff. But understanding that AI will change everything in a bigger way and preparing for it and planning for it without worrying too much about ROI, do something, but do it now, right? That's very important.
So thank you, Cecil. So Ganesh, I'll just kind of modify the question a little for you, right? In the sense that beyond challenges, right? Sometimes enterprises or when you're implementing AI for enterprises, we got to make trade-offs between extremely viable solutions, right? And when we are making the trade-offs, we talk about, complexity versus explainability, standardization versus customization, etc., right? And customization is required if we are moving more closer to the customer, right? Gone were the days of Ford when, it was like a mass-produced. You can have car as long as it's black, right? So it's not like that right now, right? It's more getting closer to the consumer, right? So therefore, organizations have to make a lot of calculated trade-offs. So where do you think the organizations are struggling the most in these trade-offs?
Yeah, so that's a really good question, Nitya. So first thing is like enterprises right now, right? Like AI is a big buzz right now, right? Everyone says AI. I have few customers, right? The EVPs and SVPs, right? They call me from US, right? When I'm in Chennai here, like they call me in the middle of the night, okay? They say, hey Ganesh, I want to stand up a AI program, okay? Do whatever you want, okay? I have so many millions, okay? I'll give it to you, right? So, but they sometimes, I will not tell that. I don't want to lose my business. I'll give it to you, don't worry. So, right. So what I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of misconception with the customers as well as misconception with the implementers also, right? Okay. So when we go in there, right? So as I told, like I told an example in my previous conversation, there should be a business value. Whatever platforms we stood up, right? It will have a clear return on investment multiple times, okay, whatever they are investing, right? So we show the value, right? What is the efficiency it's creating and all those things, right? So nowadays, like if you take like 5-6 years back, right? 5-6 years or 7 years back, you can take a scenario in India, right? Here, data science was a big buzz. Okay, there were training courses run for 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, 15 lakhs, you name it, okay, they were doing it, right? So everyone was going into this, taking this training for 3 to 4 months, okay, now they are a data scientist, right? And then whenever they come, they tell, hey, I know this algorithm in the interview and everything, okay? But what many of them did not understand is, okay, it is not only all this technology stuff, it is more of it is closely tied with the business processes, understanding the data. So only if you combine all these three things, I won't answer the risk question also, right? Because the same AI solution or a machine learning solution, right? You can implement it in like several ways, right? Maybe you can totally implement it in a very wrong way and give it to the customer. They find it out only after spending millions of dollars on this implementation, or you can very closely work with their business, understand their business, okay, and then clearly understand the pain points and then come up with a solution which is going to be very useful for them to use it on a day-to-day basis, okay? So this is one of the risks, right? What I see is like right now enterprises are also like kind of learning, okay, how to use this technology and everything, like the people here, like us, right? We go and educate them, right? We are also learning. In the process, we are also learning, and then like we are also going and educating our enterprise customers to do the right implementation, right? So that it is not just a buzz or this, not like some 2K thing or something like that, right? So everyone wants to do AI or something like that, okay? So that's what we do, yeah.
So from a trade-off standpoint, if you look at it, right, centralization, standardization versus specialization. What I've seen very large enterprises vying for is, obviously they want to put a good MLOps framework around it. That's very important. Beyond that, what is standardized across large enterprise goes through what they call a standardized COE model. They end up creating what they call their own model as a service internally, and still develop models that will attract a particular market or a line of business where the specialization kicks in. But that specialization must use the standardization that they have built within the organization. In such a conjunction, the organizations are placing a reasonable trade-off on how they want to implement, especially in the large enterprises. Small and medium enterprises, I won't suggest this. That's one. In terms of explainability, what I've seen is you have to be very clear what use cases that you want to put your explainability on. That is the most important thing. We work with a healthcare provider, and readmission in less than a month puts down their reputation. And in such a case, when you do their recovery phase AI, there is an explainability which becomes very important. Whereas, you're doing a small loan application in a bank, I don't need an explainability if it is a small, high-volume business. So that is very important when you think of trade-offs and how you think about your AI solutions. And explainability can cost you a lot.
Can I comment on that? So one of the things, well said, Venkatesh, right? There got to be trade-off. But how long is the trade-off debate you are going to have, right? That's the most important thing. Because when you talk about centralization versus decentralization, right? You have to think about centralizing the platform, decentralize innovation, right? Innovation should happen within the business groups. We should give them tools and technologies. And nowadays, kids that are coming into the workforce are pretty well qualified. They are not, they can leverage. By the way, nobody is going to build large language models like OpenAI, Microsoft, or Google does. That's not your job. Your job is to leverage these AI APIs and deliver value for within your organization, build products and services. It's as simple as that. And by the way, Venkatesh mentioned people are debating cloud versus non-cloud, pulling back. That has gone. Nobody is going to buy GPU and put it in their on-prem data center. It's super expensive. If you are not an IT shop, if your core business is something else, there's no point in you buying GPU and putting here and trying to, it's just simply not feasible. Let's accept that. That was there till AI started. Pre-AI, there was a debate. Post-AI, it's not. But my problem is there, and challenge is also same. The debate of centralization versus decentralization. It's going to take so much time. Sometimes chaos in this AI era is very good. You have to let the innovation thrive. That's one part. In terms of trade-off, so there are other things that you cannot trade off. For example, data security, data governance, data privacy, and then enterprise skills. There is no trade-off in this. You cannot go and put your models into an open cloud without security. Those trade-offs are just simply not acceptable, cannot exist. And same thing with GDPR, country data protection, all those things. There are other trade-offs you cannot do, but whenever you buy a product or service, especially AI, it is well developed, responsibly developed. It's an ethically developed, is unbiased AI is what is being rolled out. So you got to have the confidence, plus the unmatched security, encryption of data. All these things are the trade-offs you cannot, you cannot give allowance to. What you can give allowance to, what you can do is decentralize innovation, unleash the power of human capital, unleash the power of domain expertise that business units have, and let them use this AI. And standardization can happen, Venkatesh, over a period of time, right? So that's a very important thing.
And I just want to end with this, right, from my side. I think AI is not a silver bullet, and I think I want to like paste this everywhere, right? Implementing AI will not solve all your problems. At the same time, I don't have the luxury of AI being a POC simply because of the amount of investment that's going to. It's not a proof of concept. It's not a 3-year journey that I can take with an enterprise. You know, we will do this 30, 60, 90. It's not going to happen. It has to be implemented, which is exactly what you said, right? Decentralized innovation. Start with bite-sized pieces, implement, start seeing results, and then over the next few years, it will organically grow. But what we are seeing now is, bring AI, solve all my problems first. What are you doing? Your AI is, how did India lose the World Cup? You implemented AI in my organization. No, it's literally like that. So I think that thing we have to solve, at least in Indian enterprises for sure.
How good are we on time? Do I have 1 minute? Because I want to just do a surprise question to the panel. Maybe in the last one, right? Maybe I'll start with Venkatesh. Assume you are an AI wizard and you have a magic wand. You're enterprise AI wizard. You have a magic wand in your hand. In one sentence, can you tell me what you would wish for?
Make the talent come good. Right? That's what I wish for. That's why I work for. You know, the talent is something that, you know, I would like to make AI augmented everywhere.
Wonderful. One sentence. Yes.
One sentence, I want Ganesh's entire Rolodex. That's all I would wish for. Okay. Now, I think the one sentence for me is getting enterprises to be AI ready. For me, the biggest challenge I see is that. I fixed it and the AI products will work flawlessly, but getting that fixed is my one sentence.
You're a wizard, right? You can aim for AGI.
No. I'll keep it very simple. My sincere desire from the heart will be the children that are growing up in school and high school and those are in college should start learning AI. That's as simple as. That's the future, and that's how we build our next generation. That's how we are going to grow. So that's my desire.
So maybe I'll exchange my business card, okay? We can partner. I think I've been asking. So maybe one thing, maybe the magic wizard is like maybe, as we are implementing a lot of solutions right now, right? Maybe some of our customers, right? I would maybe like ask for sanity from them, right? So because everyone like Arshini was telling, like everyone wants AI right now, okay? Whether AI is applicable to the problem they have or not, right? One of the leaders for one of the projects is like, he was so adamant he wants to implement an AI solution, right? It's a simple rule-based solution is going to give him the solution, right? That's all, okay? We had a very hard time to convince him, okay, you don't need AI for this problem or something. So, but he was so upset and everything, and then like, for the sake of satisfying him, like we had to build some ML model or something, but it was, behind the scenes, it was rule-based. But we told all the other teams, okay, that it's a rule-based model.
But you made money out of it, right?
I clearly told the customer, okay, you don't need ML or AI, but because he has to go and tell his boss that he is running an AI program, right? So I would ask to give sanity to some of the customers, okay, who actually don't need AI.
But AI is not a buzzword. Next year, if we sit here, something else will be there. Okay.
Anyone among the audience has a question?
My question to Cecil. Actually, as you said, AI is going to not be a buzzword. So still in the data privacy, data governance, you said about all the data privacy. It's all the from the point of enterprises, you said. But consumer-centric data privacy, because when you implement AI for your own process, it is inevitably, it is, actually, without knowing the customers, customers aware of this, what the AI is going to process their data. whether they process the initial data or the psychological profile of the consumer is being processed. It is again, you can say superficially it won't do that. But, for CCTV company, if they are having AI-powered CCTV, then they are, sensing the psychological profile of the people. Then it is a really threat for the human, really threat for the thing. And especially, you were talking about this industry 4.0 and what about the society 4.0. And you said about the students need to, learn about AI. But there is intermediaries, those who doesn't know about the technology, how they are going to be tackled, because a lot of cyber security, crimes are happening in between the things. So what's your point on that?
So it's a lot of thoughts. I'm trying to understand one by one. The first one is consumer data protection, right? So when you think about Instagram, YouTube, all these things, when you sign up, let's say you're happy with social media, but they are the people who mine your data all the time. And they know your friends, what you click on. And if you go to Amazon, then they know what you're using. So invariably, whether you know it or not, somebody is using your profile, demographic, psychographic data to make money out of it, right? So that's one point that, but you also sign up for that. You have an option to opt out, but you sign up without knowing whether we are signing up or not. But coming to enterprise side, customer side, we have a very strict governance philosophies. An encryption is called personal PII data. You have to encrypt the data, you have to encrypt at rest, as well as you have to encrypt in the motion also, right? But there is a severe penalty, and I'll repeat, there is a huge penalty if a customer data is compromised and the companies can go bankrupt. So the onus is on the companies if they are storing customer data or their own personal employees' data to protect it. And there are enough security, encryption, governance methodologies that we roll out, including RBAC, all the controls we have. So can it never be hacked? The answer is no. But am I 95, 99% sure my data is protected? Answer is yes. So a perfect cannot be enemy of good. Take it like that, right? You cannot have the perfect solution, but we all strive towards that goal, right? That's one part. But most of the times, these monetization of personal data will happen because you voluntarily signed up in social media for that. That's also you got to be aware, right? I don't know if we have time to debate. We can probably take some time. The second question you asked is something. What was the second part of your question? The students learning. What is your thought on that? Do you want them to learn or?
No. I'm saying that intermediary also need to be educated because before implemented.
See, that's absolutely 100% in agreement, 200%. What's happening now is, as we lose some jobs, in either through automation or through productivity improvement, the real opportunity is reskilling. Even as a services company, I don't think large services company, you take for even I'll name Accenture, Infosys, Wipro, they have to start TCS, all these companies, they have to start reskilling their employees to monetize them. So they don't sell products. Their product is their headcount, right? So unless you reskill your employee base to cater for AI solutions, and knowing that you can actually get Python code from ChatGPT, and you can be more creative, right? So how do we actually improve the services sector? From school, I'm telling, we have implemented a program for AI to the government schools from 6th standard in Tamil Nadu, right? So we are partnering with Tamil Nadu government to do that. From there, if you branch out, we will have to expand this program to high schools as well as colleges and reskill in the people in the workforce. So the question is it a buzzword? My answer is no, it's happening. You can be ignorant or you can prepare for it. The second thing is, do you have to reskill? The answer is absolutely yes if you already don't have it. Can we pick this thing from the ground zero? The answer is absolutely yes. So those are the things we need to strategize for, right?
Since it is an evolving technology.
Sir, I think we should give others also,
Yeah,
if at all there are more questions in the hall.
Yeah, last one. Since it is an evolving technology, pushing the industries like Microsoft, Google, everyone is pushing the people towards the AI, forcing the people to implement it. Else FOMO will be there.
Yeah, absolutely. Spot on. Any further questions in the hall?
I just want to say one thing. My brother is currently at a school teaching how to use AI for carbon credits to 11-year-old kids. There is no choice, guys. So sorry, I just want to answer that for real. He is a sustainability. I don't even know what carbon credits were when I was 11 years old, right? And he is there teaching kids how to use AI to be put to use for that. There's no other choice.
You just spoke about using AI for carbon credits. The other point that is being discussed all around is AI being power hungry. Mr. Cecil just spoke about GPUs being extremely power hungry. Now, as we use more AI, the requirement of power is going to be pretty high. So that, in other words, will increase the carbon footprint as such. So what is the panel thinking about that aspect?
To be honest, this is a very, very emerging field called green AI, right? And my knowledge is limited, but anybody else in the panel can take it up.
I can tell our philosophy, right? When we talk about Microsoft, our plan is to be carbon neutral, net zero by 2030, right? It's a huge thing compared to what you're talking, the GPUs, power hungry GPUs with. So there are a lot of sustainable energy and technology we're using to cool it off and the data centers and everything. So it's not, by the way, when these companies make a statement like this, they don't just make a statement, right? They have to prove it to the stakeholders and the shareholders too. Stakeholders is not shareholders. Stakeholders is environmental engineers, scientists, regulatory bodies, global, the green energy technologies, everybody. So we made a firm commitment and to be carbon neutral, and most of the companies also will follow because we are the largest consumer of GPUs, right?
One thing I wanted to say. We were reviewing the data consumption, right, at home. Mobile phone was some 3 GB, TV. You know what was the highest consumption of data in my house over the last 3 months? My bloody washing machine. And AI, and what was it doing? 43 GB of data it had consumed over 3 months. I am with you on this, that we need to find a solution for this, but that is the ground reality. 43 GB. What was my washing machine doing? Unless it was mining Bitcoin, I really don't know what it was doing, consuming 43 GB of data.
The other thing, you should think about how you can monetize this. How can you bring solutions, like, you know the problem. You have a tremendous opportunity. North America, America's developed nation, can they solve? They can solve for these things. But how about developing emerging nations? You have so much opportunity to solve for these kind of issues.
So I think from Microsoft's standpoint, right, you guys use a lot of those huge DCs, right, data center facilities, right? I think that's probably could also be one angle of your question as to the reason, one of the means for you to reach carbon neutrality or water neutrality would be to kind of ensure your DCs are run in a pretty green manner, right? So I think what I have known is, organizations like Microsoft are investing in alternative ways of cooling, right? There are different ways of introducing coolants, not water, right, which has been the traditional way. Exactly. And even the chips that become out of date, in the sense, the DCs are all about, you have all of those PCBs and chips and all. They are recycled in order to, minimize the e-waste that goes into landfills and all, right? So I think these are some of the very, very tangible initiatives which are going on to attain the carbon neutrality.
I think his point is everybody goes into this AI mode, the world is going to use more power. Our approach should be, this is a necessary, absolutely necessary evil. Then use horses for the, courses, right? Which means everybody doesn't need an LLM that's always the largest. You can, that's a good consulting opportunity for everyone to say, horses for courses, and how can we still be as green as possible while we embrace AI.
Thank you, sir. This is one of the best session. One of the best session I have been attending since morning. Maybe relevant to us.
Credit goes to Nitya, huh?
Okay. My view on AI just changed with this session. That maybe AI is wrong at wrong time, wrong place, in my opinion, because layoffs have been happening across the world from last 1.5 years. Maybe that is not because of AI, that is due to market conditions. But AI may create jobs, as many suggested in the future. My doubt here is, what are the options you have been thinking about copyright in the future? Because as of today, if I have a doubt as a developer, my code will broke for some reason. I can go to Stack Overflow or any other forum. But with AI, I can give the question, AI is providing me solution. So some other developer or some other organization may pose the same question and get same answer. So how to tackle this problem?
Yep. So maybe I can take that question. So your question is like, okay, now that you have all this Copilot and everything, okay, I go ask, okay, how do I add 1 + 1? Write me a function for that or something like that. Okay, you are going to get the same code. Another gentleman there is going to get the same code, right? But for your business problem, right, you cannot just like that have the Copilot code and then go release the product or something, right? So you can get the basic things from Copilot right now. Yes, it's evolving. It's becoming more intelligent right now. But you need to implement your own business logic and everything is there, okay? There is some kind of customization. It's not like, okay, it's going to be like, now, yes, they are using ChatGPT and everything, like even to pass the examination and everything. A lot of things have been done there, right? Okay, but for these kind of, one is like the facts, okay, right? Creating some business programs, okay, based on facts and everything, right? So you have to implement your own business logic and everything, okay? So it's not like AI is going to totally eliminate your job or something like that, okay? It's only going to increase actually, okay? Because since you increase all this efficiency and everything in all this organization, right? It's going to give you more space to improve and everything. It's going to create more jobs, okay? That's what I see.
Enterprise, if you'll take Enterprise Azure or any of those, they come with a complete secure package of Copilot. You can't go out. And if you're working for small enterprises, and if you're using the public Copilot and other things, you have to be careful. And the ethical responsibility is with the individual and not with the AI. So that distinction you'll have to make. But are the big boys have moved to a league where they protect and secure the copyrights? Answer is yes.
And yeah, I think beautifully said. So when you talk about my customers, just to give you the confidence, some of the customers who are top of the innovation, like I can name them, AMD, NVIDIA, who actually produce, they don't want anything to be interfered in their code. They're so protective about algorithms. It's a secret sauce of their product development. So you have to protect it. And there are platforms, all the platforms would ensure it. Alternatively, you also have to think, world is getting more open, right? So you have to see how we can, there are other ways to monetize your skills and innovation. OpenAI is a part of that thing. You know, GitHub, there are, so most, the large number of, the large percentage of software is open source software, right? But you can contribute to that. But if you want to protect your data, it can be domain specific, like Ganesha was telling. What Venkatesh was telling is also very important, that you can actually protect your IPs within the group. It is possible, but you have the layers of governance to control that also. Make sense? I'm glad you changed your mind today on the AI, so good luck with it.
Do we have time for one more question or just one last question?
There's a mic coming to you.
I've been wanting to ask this question even in the last session though, which I couldn't get a chance. But
Is it fine if I ask a question in consumer AI sector?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, so basically, like we see around, right? Like because of societal pressure or like how it affects the way people think. A child grown in a particular exposed society will think the way how the entire society thinks, right? So do you see a trend where kids using this consumer AI gets trained along with the AI to think a certain way? And will that affect their critical thinking, or even in the enterprise level, will that affect their design thinking skills or problem solving?
Wonderful question. As the mother of a 12-year-old who's obsessed with ChatGPT, I share your apprehensions also. Okay? Like he goes, like I got a notification yesterday. I think we asked Alexa, Alexa, oh my God. This was his actual thing. What happened? How do I deal with a paper cut? Like I'm sitting right there next to him and he asks Alexa, right? And the simplest thing, like for instance, if I had to do a project when I was in school, I had to go read newspapers, I had to go look for the encyclopedia my tata had, A to B. I don't even think my kid knows how to use a dictionary, right, at this point. But at the same time, what I also know is he can solve a Rubik's Cube in less than a minute. He can solve Wordle. We have a contest every day, something called Wordle and Global and all of that. And he can solve it all faster than me. Now, it doesn't say a lot about my the skills. Luckily, my boss is not around here. So it is a trade-off, back to what he said, right? Like, yes, it does affect them in certain ways, but I also think it's helping them with a lot more exposure, a lot more in... What I'm actually worried about is how protected they're growing up in this environment where we put so many fences around them that I don't think, I frankly see 20 years from now we're going to be fighting for natural resources. Is the generation who's so cloistered, growing up with answers at their fingertips, ready for that? Absolutely not. But I don't think it affects their critical thinking or problem solving skills.
Probably
I have to
emotional
think
intelligence.
that. Sorry?
Probably emotional intelligence. No?
So, it doesn't need ChatGPT. Your WhatsApp, video games, everything is enough to spoil that emotional intelligence. You can't avoid. But the thing is, we can't go back and tell, நீங்கள் கேட்டிருப்பீங்க நாங்கள் படிக்கும்போது நடந்து போனோம் செப்பல் இல்லாமல் போனோம் இதெல்லாம் வேலைக்காகாது. Nothing is going to work out. Like Harshini was telling, the creativity will be in a different platform, different level. We have to appreciate that. But the family values will decide how the kid is deploying that.
Absolutely,
right?
absolutely.
That's going
Social
to be
value, I would
social
call it,
values.
right? It's not family.
And our போய் vegetarian food தான் கேட்டாருன்னா அப்படிதான் கிடைக்கும்.
Correct.
எனக்கு நிறைய ஆப்ஷன் இருக்கும், அவரு கம்மியா தான் இருக்கும்.
See, one thing is, creative thinking per se, I don't see a problem. Emotional intelligence is something that when I walked into this meeting room, let's assume this meeting was conducted between a ChatGPT, a Llama, and all of these guys were answering you for a minute. They can answer with 1% or 2% and all chairs. Their emotional intelligence will be very different. For these people, our emotional intelligence, Nitya and I were talking when we walked into the stage, right? Are we going to talk to the chairs or humans? No? So that is still a question mark on emotional intelligence.
Great question.
Yeah, good question though, yeah.
And an add-on here, is it fine to add on?
I think we'll close with this final edition.
She's the overarching controller of this. So.
One more, it's a very important
With a follow-up question, is it okay if that's the last question? All right, we'll do the one last.
So, like, I'm a passionate photographer, by the way. So I travel around, though I work in IT, like on the weekends I go around hill station, meeting school students across like tribal areas and all that. So wherever I see in major schools, like, there is one teacher teaching for 5 different subjects. So how will is there, or let me ask the Microsoft chief here. So do Microsoft...
வேலையை காலி பண்ணிடாதப்பா நீ வாட்டுக்கு.
So when did you take up Satya's job?
No. வேலையை காலி பண்ணிடுவார்னு நினைக்கிறேன். அப்படிலாம் சொல்லிடாத வெளியில போய்.
Like
நார்மல் சம்பளம் வாங்குற எம்ப்ளாயி அவ்வளவுதான்.
Government or private sector, like அவங்களுக்கு plans இருக்கா, AI or mixed reality இதெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்ணி like to bring top teachers in cities using AI to teach school students in these tribal or marginalized communities.
We are doing it. I mentioned.
So one thing is, one of the jobs that is very much replaceable by AI is teachers, right? Minus the emotional connect with the students, right? The delivery of the content, the pedagogy. is very much replaceable, which is the negative aspect of it. But the positive aspect of it, right? Let us only think the positive aspect of it. Why not, right? So the remote villages that you are saying, right? That's when if the the physical person, right? It's very, it doesn't make an economical sense for them to be going there and all of that. Why not carry that, that with an AI agent, right? So this could be something which, more of a public sector initiative, private sector enabled, but public sector initiative.
No, just quickly. I mentioned we just implemented AI for rural children and for government school children, Microsoft and Tamil Nadu government partnership. But Nithya mentioned it well. You cannot take that interaction at that villages and rural areas and tell that you study through AI. It's not possible, one. Now, number two, think about teachers will become mentors. Think about this way, right? Mada, Pida, Guru, Deivam, andadella irukku illaya. So appo vandu you'll actually become a mentor. You'll actually become a person who can empower, unleash the creativity of the student and everything. But one sector, because I worked in the Air Force as an officer, I'll tell you, the one sector that it's hard to replace is you have to have soldiers, you have to have foot soldiers, you have to have people who are fighting war. So you can fly drones, but that is area I don't see you can replace by AI. Right?
I just want to urge you to go back home or right now take your phone and Google this company called First Academy of Blockchain Council. Just do it. It'll answer a lot of your questions. FABC, just Google it. It's run by a very close friend of mine. Just Google it.
Thank you so much. Loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all our speakers on stage for patiently taking our questions. And of course, before we say goodbye to them, it's my pleasure to invite onto the stage Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer, TNEGA, to present our speakers with a memento, extending our gratitude. Thank you so much for your time, your valuable insights, and of course, for giving us a little bit of a sneak peek into what to expect in the coming years. Ladies and gentlemen, as we started off, AI has become quite the buzzword, and of course, through the lens of enterprise AI, I think we've understood quite a bit of not just the challenges, but also the positives. If I may request our speakers to join us for a quick photo op. A loud round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our speakers on stage and our moderator. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. With that, we have our last session for the day coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is going to be something that will catch your attention. It is, once again, a panel discussion. And through this upcoming discussion, we kind of look into the frontier of artificial intelligence, like we did in this session. But with the next discussion, we're going to be taking a look at artificial intelligence tailored specifically for our country, our unique linguistic and cultural landscape. A lot to look forward to in the upcoming session, but before that, extending our thanks to our speakers and our moderators on stage. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Priya. Ladies and gentlemen, the future of enterprise AI, definitely a lot more detailed understanding is what we have. We'd like to take a quick picture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about India-specific generative AI, a large language model, of course, we do have to take into account our linguistic, our cultural landscape, and that's what the spotlight is going to be for our upcoming session. We're going to hear firsthand the groundbreaking efforts that have been taken to develop a generative AI model that truly resonates with the nuances of Indian context. I want to say that this particular session, it's going to be a little bit of a nod into the 2020 times, because we also have one of the panelists who are going to be joining us virtually a little later. While the stage is being set, I'd like to kind of give you an introduction of our panelists, all of who have joined us, I think, today here. to share their valuable insights, starting off with Mr. Cecil Sundar, who we've already seen a little bit of his thought process. We're going to be getting deeper into it. We're also going to be joined on stage by Mr. Ganesh Ramakrishnan, who's a chairperson at IIT, chair professor at IIT Bombay, and is also a distinguished figure in academia and research. With expertise in computer science and artificial intelligence, he leads groundbreaking projects and mentors the next generation of innovators. Mr. Ramakrishnan's contributions enrich the academic landscape, driving advancements in technology and interdisciplinary collaboration. We'll be having him on stage shortly. Also joining us virtually, we have Professor Kamakoti, who is the director of IIT Madras, who's also a distinguished academic and leader in the field of technology and engineering. With a commitment to excellence in education and research, he steers the institute towards fostering innovation and societal impact. Professor Kamakoti's visionary leadership propels IIT Madras to new heights of achievement, and I think we've all been witness to that. Chairing this session, we have a moderator who I think is going to be absolutely spectacular, Mr. Ankit Bose, ladies and gentlemen, who's the head of AI at NASSCOM, who also brings expertise and leadership to the forefront of India's technology landscape. Spearheading initiatives in artificial intelligence, he fosters collaboration and innovation within the industry, and his role today as moderator facilitates dialogue shaping the future of AI adoption and development within India's tech ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me with a loud round of applause as I welcome our speakers onto the stage. If I may welcome back Mr. Cecil Sundar onto the stage to join us for the session. Ladies and gentlemen, also in a couple of minutes, we'll be joined by Professor Kamakoti virtually. So when he does so, I think we're going to, like I said, have a little bit of our Zoom call connection from back in 2020. So during that period, if I may request your attention to the screen. For now, I'd like to hand the floor over to our moderator, Mr. Ankit Bose. Welcome, sir. Good evening.
Thank you. Very good evening, everyone. Hi. No worries. So friends, I think this is the last session for today, right? And I think we keep you engaged, we keep you, probably updated what's happening across the globe. So let me start with this question, right? How many of us are using GenAI here? Okay, almost everyone, right? How many of us has faced hallucination while we use GenAI, right? How many of us has used GenAI in our own local language or Indian language for that matter, right? Was the answer, appropriate as you wanted? It depends on the language. Very good, right? So I think the discussion today, what we are having is why and how India is dabbling in GenAI, right? And then how we should build an Indic LLM and what's the need. That's a discussion, okay? We all know GenAI has taken us for a big ride, and then there's a big upside. The whole AI model which was deployed in enterprises are getting converted into GenAI to a certain extent, right? But at the same time, there's a lot more democratization of that. With enterprise, a lot of different, normal citizens of a country, schools, teachers, students, everyone are using GenAI. So how's that, dabbling, right? That's what is happening. It's democratized at very, very wide level, okay? And we all know, I think, or I don't know, I'm assuming, but again, most of the GenAI LLM models are built in West, right? So let me give you some numbers. Around 90 plus GenAI models are built in US. China around 170, okay? UAE, a small dot, they have Falcon B of their own. And few other countries, right? India, how many models we have of GenAI? Anyone, any answer? Which one? 8 languages? But those are fine-tuned. Those are not ground-up model, as we know, right? Yeah, so I think that's what is happening. And then as I think one of us said, that the language what you use is depending on the answer what you get, right? And it's not very appropriate. Do we know how many Indians know English? How many percentage of us? 20%. I think the question what I want all of you to think is, we have this Gen AI, we have this AI models. Is it important for us to build something of our own, which is someone grounds up? And let me open that question to both of our panelists here, right? So Dr. Ganesh, what do you think? Should we have our grounds up model?
Thanks, Mr. Ankit, for this very important question. I did my BTech at IIT Bombay. My PhD was to be at CMU, but I stayed back at IIT Bombay because I was asked this very hard-hitting question by one of our faculty members: what is Indian about Indian Institute of Technology? Right? And when I said, well, I'll go and come back, he said, well, everyone says like that. So that kind of sealed my destiny. That's how I stayed back. And fortunately, that has also made me realize, okay.
Hi, Professor Kabakoti. Thank you for joining in.
Thanks, Professor Kabakoti, for joining.
Yeah.
So, yes. Professor Kamakoti, you're on mute.
Hello. Sorry, I just had a very short
we can't
window,
hear you.
so I managed 10 minutes to squeeze in for this.
We are not able to hear you.
Yeah, I have unmuted. Hello?
Is it working? It's mute, sir.
I have unmuted.
Okay, now we can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm traveling, so I just got a 10-minute window. I thought I'll join here. Thank you. Thank you for this.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining in.
Yes.
So we started with the first question, which Professor Ganesh was trying to answer. But let me start with you because you have a shortage of time. So
Sure.
how important is it to build an Indic model, which is by India, for India, and in India? What are your views?
So see, this large language models, they are like children. What you teach is what they will respond, right? And some amount of interpretation based on the semantics can come, right? So we must teach them what India means in the different domains. For example, if you take legal, Indian legal has differences from other legal systems. If you take Indian medicine, Indian medicine is different. Our Indian education system is different. So it is very, very important that we make large language models that are reflecting the ethos and culture of our country. And unless we do that, our education system will certainly, will not be served in the true spirit by the intervention of generative AI. So this is the real reason why, under the able headship of Ganesh, we have all started this Bharat GPT program, which I believe is going to be extremely important for our country. Given we are a great country, we enjoy the unity in the diversity that we have. We have 22 official languages. We have different dialects. We have different systems of thought. Every language has its own philosophical outlook. Every language has its own cultural interpretation. And there is something common among all these. And these things need to be appreciated and reflected in the large language model. And so that is why we believe that a large language model for India is extremely important. And that's why we have started this big venture.
Thank you, sir. Fabulous, fabulous answer. I think very good analogy. These are like kids. We train them, they grow, and they can support us. That is India, right? So thank you, sir. Very good. So let me move a question to Professor Ganesh. Professor Ganesh, when we are building this grounds up, what sort of founding principles are we having, right? And what sort of work you are doing on that?
So just piggybacking on my answer I was building up, right? Staying back in India gave me the perspective that Indians love technology when it's multi-purpose, right? You try and create a very special purpose technology intervention in a village, nobody adopts it. But if it serves multiple purposes, you adopt it. So the capability of being able to converse in one's dialect, and it's okay if the response comes in a slightly different dialect. People, like Indians do appreciate German speaking Hindi tuta futa, or speaking Tamil, which is not perfect, right? But the conversation being in one's own dialect, the both speech and text, and especially leveraging the commonality in terms of vocabulary, in terms of the word sequences, in terms of the phonetic sequences that are similar across Indian languages, which yields itself to frugality. So you can be efficient, data efficient, compute efficient when the commonality is extracted so that we can learn with less data. And that has been a hallmark of the work we've been doing. So this gives, I think, tremendous impetus to science as well, because the democratizing the AI will also ensure that more people get access to the limited compute, will ensure that it's possible to have shorter turnaround times for downstream applications. So both science and applications get a push. And UPI is a classic example of how our fintech is looked up by the entire world for these specific reasons. We made diversity into our strength.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Ganesh. So let me ask a question to Cecile. Cecile, so we are talking all this nationalist, and we have to build something for nation. So you represent Microsoft, right? And Microsoft is very much embedded in a lot of work what we do in tech in India, right?
Yeah.
Now, how do you see from the global lens, right? So from probably your and Microsoft lens, how do you see this initiatives?
Yeah.
And then how do you support these? Right?
I like the way Professor Kamakoti and Professor Ganesh has mentioned. India-specific language model is must, because we have so many problems to solve for. Definitely, it's something that we have to strive for. We have to leverage our brain power, collective brain power, and do that. But before I talk about Microsoft, I mentioned the earlier panel. I fought for the country. I was in Kargil and I was in Assam. So I'm more of Indian than anything else. So I just want to make sure. There's a vested interest in me to think about how we can specifically build these models, right? I think if you can take healthcare, for example, right? I think we have to pick the domain. And the domain can be language. I don't know what Professor Ganesh is exactly working on, but I'll be curious to understand a little bit more. We'll connect with you, sir, offline on that. But think about, we have a very unique genetic system too, right? So our Indians or South Asians have a tendency to be to have obesity, heart disease, as well as diabetes. We are genetically wired for that. So if we can take this as not LLMs, there's another thing that they evolved is SLMs, small language models too, right? So you don't need the trillions and billions of parameter to get this thing. I think, guess what I'm trying to tell is price versus performance. You got to optimize price versus performance, how much you can invest, and then build your SLMs to the domain-specific need we have, and then expand into a monetization opportunity, leverage LLMs to that. That will be my strategy, because I've been selling this for quite some time, strategizing it. And also we need to choose and tread the path where we honestly, we want to solve for. What do we solve for? What has the biggest bang for the buck, right? And then knowing the nuances we have, the cultural diversity we have, the language diversity we have, the ethnic diversity we have, can one size fit all? But again, when we do an ethical, when we do a LLM development, the questions we will ask is it ethical? Is it responsible? Is it unbiased, right? You don't want to build a model that is biased towards one culture versus another, because we are on a unity in diversity, number one, right? So I think, yes, I want to be transparent in what we are shooting for, because somebody's bias should not hurt another population or segment of people. So that's very important consideration I would have. And then starting with domain healthcare or maybe supply chain specific areas, and build those SLMs, expanding it to LLMs, and then rolling it out, getting the win, making sure the adoption is good and all those things. Because give or take, we are a little bit socialist, right, in terms of our approach. That means the public good is greater than the capitalist market. So we can roll this out for larger public benefit, and that way you can gain a lot of benefits, and you can roll that in a phased manner. That's all I'm doing. Yeah.
Thank you, Cecile. So let me get back to Professor Kavakuti. Sir, I think we heard the views what we are doing. Let me ask you this question: that see, globally, academia or in US, academia plays a big role, pivotal role in building all of this. Here we have started this, but beyond the Bharat GPT work and what work we are doing in the whole ecosystem, what do you think academia can play a role, and how does government essentially enable all this effort, right? So what's your view, sir? So we can't hear you. You might have to unmute.
Thank you for this wonderful question. So academia's responsibility is to see, as Sundar mentioned, the data must be unbiased. We must provide a large language model, which is to a large extent responsible, because now this Bharat GPT or Chat GPT is now part and parcel of the education part, right? So you have any doubts, you go to this Chat GPT and it does answer your questions. So it is also, this comes with lot more accountability and and responsibility. So one of the important things the academia must involve itself, and which we will be and we are, and the government together must bring in certain standardization in the way these large language models must. For example, when we start education, there is a curriculum. There are multiple state boards and the central board like NCERT, which basically governs what's the syllabus, right? Similarly, we must have a very good regulation of these systems, which can be put to use for education, so that there is no wrong education that goes in. And that's very, very important. I'm today talking about education, but this goes into multiple other Indian disciplines also. And also, as Sundar mentioned, it is also going to be very important that we start developing what we call as domain-specific LLMs, right? When you look at general computer architecture, we started off with the x86 by Intel, ARM, and the Power by IBM, and then the Spark architecture by Sun. These are all general purpose architectures. You can run anything from graphics and animation to scientific computing to business, etc. But then came the domain-specific architectures, which are one for just embedded systems, IoTs, now only for mobile systems, etc. So the realization was one solution cannot fit all. And that was the realization which architecture gave us, right? Similarly, one GPT solution cannot solve all the problems. So we must go into domain-specific LLMs. And what are the domains? How do we define these domains? How do we regulate these domains? Is all going to be subject matter where academia and the government must very carefully interface and come out with these issues, which such models which are going to become public comes out with these accountability and responsibility and also compliance of the regulation. So this is what we mean by AI regulations, in my opinion. Number one. Number two is that today we need to provide such infrastructure for people to start developing, the startups to start developing, MSMEs to start developing. Like how those days people author books, there should be authoring language models, these domain-specific language models, which will go through something like a censor board of what happens in movies. We'll also have certain very nice analysis of this. There must be a way by which we analyze. If you ask us, how do we analyze a large language model? I don't have any answer for it today, but we need to evolve that. And that comes up. And the major benefit of this is, suppose I'm saying, I want to have a large language model of legal and medicine, for example. The hardware infrastructure needed for legal, let us say some X. The hardware that we need for, say, medicine is Y. The hardware infrastructure I need for medicine plus legal put together as a single language model is not going to be X plus Y. We doubt it can be X into Y or X power Y. So that's the real thing. So if we're going to make it into smaller chunks, we could easily develop certain hardware platforms which can serve each one of these large language models. And that is also something which domain-specific LLMs will give. So this is the lesson that many computer scientists and computer architects have learned from the way architecture has evolved, and that I'm sure that is the way LLMs will evolve, and that's how it makes sense. So these are some of my observations and what academia should do and what government should do. Thank you for that question. It's a wonderful question.
Great, sir. I think great answer. Standardization, pushing the frontiers, right, to explainability, and definitely, verticalization. Great answer. Thank you, Kamaguti ji.
Yeah. Sir, I just have to leave now. So I just thank you very much for this opportunity, and wish the panel all the best. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's such a honor having him on the panel. So one thing I want to add to what sir was telling is, see, in developed nations, the difference between us and the developed nations across the world is, if Professor Ganesh is doing a research, there is a cluster that works well: industry, academia, and the government, right? You should never be asking for funding from the institution, right? True. In fact, professors there, they monetize their IPs much better than anybody else does. Yeah. So as a governance, as a policy level, it should not be exclusive to IIT alone, right? It should percolate down to RECs and any other by the companies and corporates, innovations and everything. That's the big gap I see, Ankit. It has to be bridged. If we ever want to be a global player, you can still strive to solve for these domain-specific models, and you need to put governance, you need to put control, you need to come up with laws and everything. But at an umbrella, larger level, the policies and the inclusive cluster has to come into play. That's when we win. That's when India wins.
Great. I will let him answer the point, right? So.
Yeah. Thanks. I think a couple of questions also led me to speak now. Very interesting discussion. I'll tell you the genesis of this Bharat GPT. Right? In the last several years, we have built out a lot of end-to-end ecosystems. For machine translation, we brought out something called Udan project, which got extensively adapted by the education ministries, both state and central government, AICT and others, banks, Bank of Baroda, Raj Bhasha divisions. How did they benefit? It was not just machine translation. It was, we worked with them closely, because what they want is document parsing, and ingestion of dictionaries, domain-specific translation memory, so that the output is high fidelity, accurate, consumable. You have explanation. So your translation from English to Hindi, if one, or English to Tamil, we worked extensively with Tamil Nadu also. A single word is used with the same translation in 10 different places in the textbook. That's when the textbook is readable. If you're using different translations, how can I read a textbook? So this is what we mean by end-to-end document translation ecosystem. Now, we did the same thing for video surveillance analysis with the national security agencies. So I've worked very closely with the Army, the Armed Forces, with Navy. I've been to Poonch, I've been to all these places. And we set up for basically all the CCTV cameras, how to do AI-based analytics and all of them. And while Microsoft and the other companies of the world have good solutions, but unfortunately translating the end user need, the Jawan needs. I mean, Jawan sitting like a watchman is not fair. AI should do that, right? So we did that. And they were so happy. Even now, now he's Major General Mohit Sethji. He has worked, we have worked extensively with him. Navy, naval dockyards, several have worked with us. And what happened through all these excesses, the reason I'm coming to this is, we built data efficient solutions, human in the loop solutions, high fidelity solutions. But academia, we had to work and bring products to TRL level 8. Do you understand what is TRL level 8, TRL level 7, technology readiness level? This is what you are talking about. Should academia be doing it? We had companies out of all of these. We, in fact, won a National E-Governance Award for our work on video surveillance analytics. But we realized that that is not replicable. And this company, and now it's adapted, it's on the field, all that. Both of them have got commercialized. Here was a difference. With Bharat GPT, when it began, that former telecom secretary, Mr. K. Rajaraman, He reached out to me and said, can you start something like ChatGPT for India, but rope in all the academic institutions, rope in government, rope in big private players. Private players. I reached out to everyone. And Professor Kamagoti immediately responded. So many of the academicians, they responded. Mr. Mukesh Ambani responded, immediately responded. And several others are reached out. And very interestingly, one such person who not just responded, but has put his life into the game is Dr. Vishnuvardhan. So I'll tell you how that happened. I met him at MIT. I had a center for digital health, so I met him at MIT, and he was working on multiomics health research. Okay? And he's a company, totally based out of MIT, Boston. Boston is a small city, but a big GDP generator because of MIT, Harvard, and largely MIT. He said, why can't IITs become like that? Work closely with the startup ecosystem. Startups do what they're good at, academia does what it's good at, and we should create GDP. And when the Bharat GPT idea came to him, he said, I'm going to put my life into this game. He's a serial entrepreneur. And very happily, we've been working through IITB projects. He's been working also with us very closely. While on the other hand, the government has set up a vertical at the Technology Innovation Hub at IIT Bombay for Bharat GPT. So that's the government, it's already in the game. Dr. Vishnuvardhan, we worked through projects, and just 2 days back, we launched Hanuman. So we had the big ceremony for Hanuman at NTLF conference. Professor Kamagoti talked about responsible AI. Hanuman is an example of responsible AI, right? Right? Responsible. There's strength, but you don't do a meaningless display of strength. And Dr. Vishnu kept saying, right, academia, you do what you're good at. Simple example. Domain-specific LLMs, you take a large language model and fine-tune it on medical corpus. You know what? The LLM produces only medical jargon, forgets English. It forgets English and only produces medical jargon. His point is very valid. However, I would like to add some more points. It's not just about small language models, it's also about recipes. My students, who are the brightest BTechs, they spent 2.5 months trying to replicate what is known as Code Llama. Some of you would have heard of Code Llama. Code Llama didn't have recipes. I mean, you go to Git issues, write messages, responses don't come. 2.5 months self-grown. Now imagine the entire startup ecosystem has to do that. So that is one focus with the Hanuman model. We realize responsible AI, where you also spell out recipes which people can use. We don't want to just produce apps, but actually help solve problems. And one of the first engagements we had was the Department of Administrative Reforms and Public Grievances. The secretary, he saw this early this week, our demo, and he said, now it's working well. Go to have a beta release of it. A completely conversational chatbot, which is completely customized to that domain, based on Indian vocabulary and the entire ecosystem that was talked about. So I think this is what we call a private-public partnership, PPP. Thanks for bringing that up. That's what is needed. And that will bring ethical AI, that will bring responsible AI, that will also ensure that it is inclusive AI.
Wonderful answer. I think the discussion is naturally growing, right? Because it's so much required, right? So probably let me bring one point for Cecile, right? A question to Cecile. Cecile, yeah. So we are seeing that, we are doing this initiative. It's very required, right? Now, how does the global might of Microsoft come and support initiatives like this? If anything is happening, you can share. But again, what do you think can be done?
Yeah. No, I honestly don't have much about what Microsoft would do, but in this specifically to support this thing, because there are programs that Satya Nadella came here and launched. It's called Advantage India, where we are training 2 million personnel in AI. So something that they are focusedly investing in. It's just announced publicly, so I can share that. Our R&D, what models they are building, LLMs, even I don't have the preview. I may not. It's an IP. I may not be able to share that thing. But what is more exciting is India is going to be the largest consumer market. So we got to accelerate this, right? We got to accelerate this innovation pretty harder and faster. It can be a Hanuman model or some other model. We have to continue to churn these models up to either domain specific or addresses. See, the question is, are we addressing a problem that is relevant and persistent, whether it is crime prevention, security, supply chain, inventory, financial fraud, anything that is a prevalent. It got to reach the society faster, and it has an adaptability, because the way the adoption happens, just like mobile phone revolution happened, I think ChatGPT, when you specifically target an Indian problem specific to India, the adoption will be huge and the user base will be humongous, right? That's one. What companies think of us as a hyperscalers, what can we do, right? So we are always expanding data centers. We're always expanding data centers where you can actually, you can provision GPU services, we ensure the security, we ensure the governance of it and all those things. Think of hyperscalers like us as a platform providers that you can leverage. It will not be scalable. Again, how do you scale? Okay. I like the way, Professor Ganesh, and you're thinking, and I like the way you're building it out. I think the larger question we all need to ask is how scalable it is. The scale is important compared to the need, right? So can we scale, can we continue to purchase, or can we purchase these GPUs that are super expensive and run LLMs? Can you build your own language models, or can we leverage the hyperscalers? That's the partnership we can build, and that's, I think, with the focus being on India, specifically because of the young workforce we have. And I think Ganesh should be at Redmond talking and establish this partnership with this. And also this partnership should also go down to tier 1 institutions to tier 2. That's what I was telling. So what will happen is we may not know where the innovation would come from. We may not know how powerful the innovation is when you actually bring technology to the mass market. And that's what my desire is. In Tamil Nadu, we have started, I don't know if you guys have read the news, Microsoft partnered with Tamil Nadu government, and we are bringing AI to the government school children. So your next bet of innovation might come from rural Tamil Nadu, and we can partner with IITs and all those stuff. So a lot of things, but definitely as a hyperscaler, our job is to provide in platform, security, and then data governance, and then all the compliance. We will also partner in terms of regulatory laws and everything, but primarily to support these kind of innovations that are shaping up.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think we discussed a lot of things, right? We discussed what's happening, why it's needed, and definitely how it's done, right? We discussed that. And we discussed the need of the ethics and the skilling, what probably Microsoft is doing and government is doing on that, right? So let me open this up for the audience, if there are any questions, right? So probably we can take 2 questions from the audience. Yeah.
The question is for Mr. Ganesh. So if you look at a LLM, like say GPT-3 or GPT-4 from OpenAI, one of its major capabilities is NLP, natural language processing. And the reason it is so good at natural language processing is because of the enormous training data it has got, right? So now, I'm not trying to second guess what's happening with Bharat GPT. I'm just trying to understand this better. So now, if you're going to try something like Bharat GPT, like if you go for the domain-specific LLMs, then it is fine because you're still using 3.5 or 4 as the foundational model, and on top of that, you're adding an extra small brain, and then you make it a domain-specific LLM. That part is fine because the NLP capability still remains. But if you're going to build it up from scratch, you cannot, like we were discussing, you cannot compete with somebody like OpenAI who has already done this and has spent enormous amount of money on this. So we can at best try to do something like an SLM. But in SLM, again, like you very rightly pointed out, we'll be talking more of the medical jargon rather than English itself. But in the process, don't we lose this core capability of NLP? And is this something that has been thought about?
Very good question, and I think the answer you had in your question as well. Your question was, do we need to build foundational models? And then you also alluded to the point of losing capability of NLP. Now imagine an effort for foundational model building that is cognizant of NLP.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Imagine a process of foundational model building that is cognizant of natural language processing and not just data. Data is important. Data is like the Jambavan who made Hanuman conscious of his strength. Right? That is important. But Hanuman also had to use that knowledge with Surasa. He had to, and with responsibility, right? So there is data is certainly important. All I'm trying to say is there has been a lot of research, and that is why academia plays a very important role. You go to all the NeurIPS of the world, the AIIIs, the ICMLs of the world. There are lots of small models that are doing pretty well. And how they do, it could be a mixture. Like I give the example of medical. The way we made it work was a mixture. So we had forward-backward reasoning. The forward reasoning basically gave you options for a given problem. The backward reasoning tried to eliminate. So mixture of models has been found to be helpful. And now imagine doing a mixture at the level of speech tokens, right? Phonemic versus the language model. So if at the level of speech, imagine doing it at the level of text tokens, right? Where you're also using the sequence information in conjunction with the right morphological roots of the words, which are shared across multiple Indian languages. So we don't want to lose the NLP capability, and that is exactly why foundational models become important. That's point number one. And point number two, all said and done, if you have to actually build even applications, downstream applications, I mean, you may say with a lot more users, ChatGPT may become affordable. But ultimately, the data is not the local, right? I mean, for government, it becomes a showstopper. I mean, do you think the Supreme Court can afford to continue doing this with ChatGPT, right? So, at least as an academic institution, I have to think about the Indian government. I have to think about the data that is of importance for cyber security. So we have to build to me, the fact that you need to build your capabilities here is a no-brainer. To advance science, which includes natural language processing, to actually serve purposes by closing, like the last mile delivery on unknown models always remains a black hole, right? So that's another very important reason. A third important reason is also, at some point we want to also enable a lot of Indian companies, startups. I mean, the Indian ecosystem, and it's full stack. We want to grow full stack. I really appreciate your offer for hyperscalers. I'm sure it is also coming from Satya Nadella. But we also want to develop our own compute infrastructure, right, in the country. Not just the cloud, not the cluster alone, but also the hardware. Now, we have to think long, the full stack. So it's a supply-demand thing. If you create good supply, good demand, there will be also supply of hardware. And finally, what I mentioned earlier, right? So just the third point, one more point, one of the good engagements with Dr. Vishnuvardhan was that while the model will be, the Hanuman is going to be open source with recipes, the models will be out there, the company is already in talks with several potential customers to give them end-to-end solution. And has in fact offered all this free for government also. So government can use it. Startups who need a solution, and they get the recipes, who can build on it, and someone actually wants to build solutioning. The capability has also been built inside India, right? So, it's just not for profit. There has to be profit, but the profit should be for everyone's good. So, and the last point I want to say is, ultimately we have to think ISRO style as well. We have brought an army, we have brought in government, I should bring in ISRO as well. I mean, ISRO made a difference. So if ISRO could have just said, let's copy NASA, but they haven't. In many ways they haven't, right? So why shouldn't we take so many feathers out of their hat? So frugal engineering is our trademark, and I continue to keep saying that is, we have an open source platform, by the way, called decile.org. It stands for Data Efficient Learning. Please go and visit. It's a totally open source platform. How to do computation in data efficient manner, compute efficient manner, lots of papers and open source code.
Yeah. So, is it Hugging Face of Indian models?
No.
So Hugging Face is more for the language models of the world. Decile is more laterally machine learning. It's used for large language models, for machine translation, whole bunch of applications. So it is a little bit more lateral. Hugging Face is slightly more vertical.
Yeah, please.
Can I make a quick comment? Yeah. So I think a very relevant question, and I like the way Professor Ganesh was answering it. So in my perspective, it is not 0 or 1, right? You can build very domain-specific, localized SLMs and have all the data trained, and do not use the LLM that has all those data from the large language data models and everything. But at one point, right? At one point, it will converge. It has to converge because primarily for two reasons. One is you also want to adopt innovation that's happening, right? That's happening around the globe. So you are aware of this innovation and then you can leverage it where it is safe and secure. For example, we're all connected. Think about, let's say if I bring a supply chain model, domain specifics to India, where is our supply chain coming from? Half of them, the oil is coming from Gulf, and we have chips coming from maybe Korea and Taiwan and everywhere. So I like where we are starting. We are absolutely in a right place to start where we are. But again, when you talk about how integrated India with the globe, pretty soon our approach will be Hanuman can be the ChatGPT 7 of the world. It's possible from my perspective. If it is supply chain related, we can be, because one of the major challenge we have is infrastructure and supply chain. We waste a lot of perishable goods. Food security is key to us and all those things. When you think about all these problems, when we solve for it, the same problem does exist in the developing nations, right? So that's where, there lies our opportunity. There lies our economic potential. There lies our growth, right? I think it might be futile to think, yeah, we will build something very close to our heart, but not share it. I don't think that's the intent. I'm not telling that. But what I'm telling is you got to leverage both sides of the opportunities to make it larger and better, right?
I completely agree. I think there's convergence happening. For example, Microsoft had proprietary operating system. But today you see Microsoft is open sourcing the entire deep speed benchmark for large language model building. So open source culture is coming out because of large number of conferences. Google has open sourced so many of their models now. So I think that push from us is important. For example, regulation, data regulation, with due respect, I mean, academia and government are probably better poised to talk about it. So one of the core components of Bharat GPT is something called Bharat Data Sagar, where on one end you can learn in a completely federated setting. Federated learning basically means I just share gradients or metadata in the form of parameters, the rate at which they're changing, right? You can do split learning, which is kind of serverless, or you can do federated learning where there's still a server to arbitrate. Now, there are a whole bunch of ideas here. You can do personalized federated learning. So that is one end of the spectrum where you don't share data, right? But can there be a model where you share the data and you can tokenize the data that you're sharing by rewarding with early access to models? So and this is important, especially with healthcare. There's a very nice position paper written by one of our collaborators from MIT, Professor Ramesh Raskar. He did this for the Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, because Ayushman Bharat made an excellent moves, in contrast to what the US does, right? They said the custodian of all the healthcare data is going to be the patient. But then how do you learn from the patient data? He wrote a nice position paper. Our Bharat Data Sagar, we kind of bootstrapped around it. And we have very good advisors from UIUC, from Carnegie Mellon, from MIT to help do that. And as academicians, we can do that. It's easy for us to collaborate with the best around the world. So I think that push is required for better convergence.
We still collaborate globally. So what Professor Ganesh is saying, they still collaborate, but they are local. Before they go global, they are local. So that's a good strategy. But long term, it will evolve into greater good for the world. And you can't avoid these innovations going global. You cannot. It will happen. So I'm proud of the work you guys are doing. Absolutely, yes.
Great. I think, guys, 50 minutes passed so fast.
Good evening, sir.
No one moved. Who is that?
Yeah, good evening, sir.
Last question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please.
We are happy to work with innovation with GenAI. We are using as a consumer level with the tools like OpenAI and generative AI, where we are talking on large language model, and later you have introduced SLM and domain specific. As a layman, always I am a consumer level. I pay for a company and I practice and explore. This is what as a learner, trainer, practitioner we are doing. Is that any transformation where an individual as a layman can do like instead of LLM or SLM can be like micro level LM, or any type of startup can be done as a layman, as an individual for a domain specific? As you said, for language we have 20% alone or English. The other language models are still in gray area where we have to go for domain specific. So you can give tips how to start, where to go from start level to solve that type of problem. Because as a layman, we can't tie up with corporates or anyone. So industry experts can do that. But how a normal person also can go that level to reach, to arrest the gap of LLM models from the startup level? Share your tips.
I'll take a shot at it and then I'll ask Professor Ganesh to comment on further. One of the things is it's super expensive to create your own, put your infrastructure and platform to do all this training and everything. So even though you might have data specific to the domain, that's why I'm going to sell Microsoft a little bit to him. So we do have these services in OpenAI, Azure in OpenAI, where you can, I guess you're talking as an entrepreneur, startup mode, right? So let's say you want to build a healthcare solution, very patient-centric, where you can prescribe medicine or understand the patient's, radiology reports and everything. You can build a custom vision API. You can call this custom vision API where it's local, meaning it's deployed in our data center in Chennai or in Bangalore, highly protected and secured. You can use that, train your models, build your IPs, right? And then you can provide as an app or solution to all the doctors in the village. That can be super fast, right? And what Professor Ganesh and team is doing is pretty intensive. But again, keep in mind, you will be leveraging a piece of LLMs that we have if you're using that, or neural network engines that we already trained those data on. But that's a balance and trade-off you can have. But the idea is fundamentally you will be assured security, data governance, data protection if you are in our stack. So that's a possibility. That's the fastest way to go to the market.
So let me take the next part. So as NASSCOM, we incubate a lot of startups, right? We incubate AI startups. In India, around 140 Gen AI startups are there. We have picked 26 of them, and we are helping them to go to next stage, right? You will be amazed. One of the profitable startups has been started by 2 people. One domain expert, one CTO, right? And this is not now. This started, I think, in 2022, sometime, earlier part of 22. After that only sometime later, the Gen AI burst happened. So they have been running it profitably, right? We have a startup called Beto One. They have built a music LLM, right? And that's a team of, musicians, right? And they've built their own LLM. They've generated the data. So this is all 3 years, 4 years old work, right? And they're profitable. They have 1 million people on their platform already using that. Right? These are some 10, 12 musicians coming together, getting some tech folks building it, right? So it's all possible. I'll give you yesterday's discussion in our NTLF, NASSCOM's event. We met, Rajiv Makhani. He's a big influencer, tech guru, whatever, right? So he's building a movie, okay, with 12 people, and that is going to be launched on Netflix and other OTTs. He says if I have to build normally this sort of movie, it will be 150 people. Right? So what Gen AI has done is it's democratized it to everyone's hands. So you as a domain expert, if you know how to prompt, how to leverage prompting again, and probably you have one more tech person, you can start building something, right? Again, code optimization is, or code development, testing is so simple using GenAI tools. The decision probably what you would have to take is you go closed versus open, self-host versus, host on a hyperscaler, all of that, right? But it's pretty simple. So I will refer you a report, meet me after this. We have written, there's some 7 steps you can basically, anyone, enterprise or a domain expert want to build something on GenAI, 7 steps are there. You just do that, you will be able to build.
I just want to add to Ankit, the point you said. I think what you're offering through Azure and what NASCOM has been doing is great. However, the effort in BharatGPT is to go the next level, not just prompt engineering. Actually, we want to ensure that no job, no domain expert feels threatened. That is Hanuman, right? Hanuman did not make any of the Vanaras feel less. In fact, he told Sita that I am the most insignificant of all the monkeys. Can you imagine? Everyone is better than me. So if we can have that sense of responsibility where no domain expert feels at loss, machines are good at recall. Machines are good at things that are minimizing the drudgery which we should, right? But why should machines replace the nuance expertise in a domain? If you go to our open source platform, decile.org, we have tried doing that. I mean, there is a Stanford startup called Snorkel, which maybe has kind of commercialized one component of what we do in Decile. So there's a lot can be done where Snorkel's whole idea is data programming. So human inputs are data programs which can override the machine output, right? So going forward, if you want explainability, if you want to ensure that there is high fidelity output, I see responsible AI, there's no way we can avoid the domain expertise. So it's not just prompt engineering. When Hanuman gets released, will be the goal is recipes. In BharatGPT, the whole idea is recipes so that people can eventually feel confident about the entire stack.
Thank you, sir.
Great. I think we can spend 1 more hour here and we'll not realize. So probably I will appreciate Professor Ganesh, Cecil, and Kamakoti ji, who spent time and enlightened us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sirs. Ladies and gentlemen, before we draw the session to a close, it'll be our pleasure to present our speakers with mementos, extending our thanks. May I call upon Ms. Priya, Joint Director, District Revenue Officer, TNEGA, to do the honors. We've truly enjoyed the session, like our moderator rightly said. We were all glued to the conversation, all clued in, and for that we definitely have to give them a nice round of applause, extending our thanks. Truly an exciting session. I'm sure that this has not only caught our attention, but given us a lot of food for thought as well. So extending our thanks to our speakers and moderator. We have Ms. Priya doing the honors. And ladies and gentlemen, a loud round of applause for our speakers, our moderator. Thank you so much. And with that, we draw to a close our proceedings here on stage in Hall E. But of course, we do have an exciting session going on in Hall D, wherein we're going to be joined by the Honorable Minister of Information Technology and Digital Services Department from the Government of TN. That's right, Dr. Palnivel Thiagarajan is going to be there and taking us through an interesting fireside chat. If I may please do request all your presence in Hall D. This is going to be on inclusive innovation, strategies for ensuring regional and social equity. We look forward to your participation in the fireside chat. This is taking place at Hall D. Once again, let me remind you that this is going to be 2 whole days of interesting conversations. We draw the first day to a close. We begin our first session tomorrow at 10 a.m. A lot of interesting conversations, panel discussions coming your way. We look forward to your presence. Thank you once again for joining us here. This is the Umagine TN 2024. We look forward to your presence in Hall D. Thank you. Have a great evening.